Call the closed session of the City Council to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kaladerovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obashi,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett, absent, Mayor Light.
Present. Are there any blue folders for that we'll be discussing at closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Could you read off what we'll be discussing at closed session, please?
Yes. Item F1, conference with legal counsel and labor negotiator. The employee organizations are Redondo Beach Police Officers Association, Redondo Beach Police Management Unit, and Management and Confidential Employees. For item F2 and F3, they are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F2, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. And for F3, the properties are 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APN 7503-029-903. And for item F4, conference with legal counsel, public employee personnel matter/evaluation, and the title is City Manager. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to these items, please?
Yes, for items F1 through F3, myself, City Attorneys Joy Ford, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Human Resources Director Diane Strick-Fadden and Assistant to the City Manager Jane Chung. For items F2 through F3, we will have Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director, attend.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess the closed session?
My apologies. Before the motion, there are no e-comments and no attendees on
Oh,
Zoom.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Move to recess to closed session.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, we're recessing the closed session. We'll be having a little bit different tonight. We'll be having the menorah lighting out in the yard in front of City Hall at 5:30 and then reconvening here at 6 o'clock to report out on any closed session items and to start the open session. Thank you very much. Reconvening to the open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
Let's see, City Manager Witsansky, do we have anything to report from closed session?
No items this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn to our regular open session.
So moved. Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. With that, I will call to order the regular open session meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Anybody?
Just you, Mayor.
Okay. I'm not going to stand. I do that all the time. Let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Otis, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Otis, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Otis. I'm a fourth grade student at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. I love living in Redondo Beach because the people are awesome. Our neighborhoods are friendly and everyone looks out for each other. I also think it's really cool that the city council listens to kids and helps us make a difference on things we care about. Now at this time, please place your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, you may be seated. Otis, thank you for leading us into the Pledge of Allegiance. Come on up.
Haven't forgotten about your request. It's coming up. And there was just another accident at Artesia Aviation and Ford actually last week. Yep. Yeah.
So why don't you stand here and you'll get a picture with the whole council. Mom, you're welcome to come up too.
Brothers, sisters.
And brothers and sisters, the whole family.
Oh, look at this.
Nice cowboy boots.
Cowgirl.
Cowgirl boots. Caballero.
Go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Did you want yours, Mom?
Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're good?
Okay, well done, Otis. I'll shake your hand.
Good job, young lady. Awesome,
So nice
dude.
to see you here.
Okay, so now we're going to item D, which is presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. We do have a couple of presentations this evening.
There you go.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight, we have the distinct honor of recognizing a man whose career reflects dedication, leadership, and service at the very heart of our city, Jerry Galvez. Jerry, come on up, Jerry. And let's see, Andy Wingy and Mike, do you want to come down? So Jerry's public service began in 1989, the same year I moved here in the Air Force. So we have a match time frame here at Redondo. And over the last 36 and a half years, he has helped build, maintain, and protect the infrastructure that keeps our city running every day. His work has often taken place behind the scenes, but its impact is felt by every resident. Jerry has been a proud and active Teamster for 34 years. serving not only as a member, but as steward, chief steward, and a respected voice on the Teamster negotiating board for 24 years. He also served on the Teamster 911 executive board for 4 years, always advocating for fairness, safety, and accountability. Throughout his career, Jerry worked in nearly every corner of our public works operations, including concrete crew, wastewater crew, graffiti removal, equipment operator, lead worker of the asphalt crew for 20 years, and most recently supervisor of the streets division for the past 4 years. That breadth of experience made Jerry not just a supervisor, but a mentor, a problem solver, and a leader who understood the work because he had done it himself. Jerry's leadership style is what truly set him apart. He believed in open communication, serving as a trusted bridge between field staff and management. He was a constant advocate for workplace safety, ensuring our crews went home safe every day. And perhaps most importantly, he brought a calming, steady presence, whether working with staff, management, or the residents that he proudly served. But beyond the titles, beyond the accomplishments, Jerry's greatest legacy is something far more meaningful. He leaves behind the reputation of being a true friend and colleague, someone people trusted, respected, and enjoyed working alongside. Outside of work, Jerry is a devoted family man. He has been married to his wife, Corrine, for 36 years. And together, they raised 2 daughters. When he's not on the job, you'll likely find Jerry and Corrine thrift shopping at garage sales, cheering on the Dodgers, or adding to his impressive collection of over 100 Dodger bobbleheads. As he enters retirement, Jerry is looking forward to spending more time at his home along the Colorado River, a well-earned next chapter after decades of service. Jerry, on behalf of the City Council, the City of Redondo, and the residents of Redondo, you have served for more than 3 decades. Thank you for your commitment, your leadership, and your friendship. It is my honor today to present you with a key to the city in recognition of your extraordinary service and lasting impact. Congratulations, Jerry, and best wishes for your retirement.
I'm going to give this to Mike in a minute because Mike's worked with Jerry a lot longer than I have, but I know 3 things about Jerry. One is the bobbleheads, very impressive collection, even in the office. #1 Dodger fan probably in the office. Second, he gets my vote for best beard in the department. Having competitions to replace him next year. And thirdly, Jerry is loved and respected by all the people that he works with, and it's very clear by some of the Teamsters who are here tonight and others who are
Jerry, thank you so much. When you and I first met, when I came here to the city 20 years ago, you introduced yourself not only as just the streets supervisor, but you introduced yourself as being the Teamster steward. And I didn't realize how much interaction you and I would have, but the one thing that you always brought to the table whenever one of our Teamster members and one of our employees was going through a tough time, or maybe he was, having some issues, is that you always kept in mind the guy that was coming to us, the Teamster that was coming to us, and you treated him fairly, and you asked for fairness with the city. I think one of the biggest things that I got from you was that you were also looking out, and you brought this into being a supervisor, is that there's 2 sides to every story, and that the city has a side in the story also, and that we got to be looking out for the best things, for our citizens. And you brought that to the table. A couple of things that came up when a couple of the guys we were sitting around and we were asking what are the words that describe Jerry. Number 1 is a friend. Just a good guy to be around, and you see that with your family and all your family members. Fun, calm, a concierge, approachable, extremely personable, gregarious, and the last one that I have is a Teamster. You're always a Teamster. The one thing that I thought was kind of fitting that you should get is your last work assignment. Okay. You guys know what these guys are? Okay, this is for overtime, but this is Jerry's last work assignment. Enjoy your family and friends and the life you have earned. Thanks for being the man you are and being the A-team leader. Your last work assignment, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you, Redondo Beach. Like you, I enjoy working in Redondo Beach, and you like living here and being with your friends. Those are my friends. And management, great team. They got a lot of stuff going on, so appreciate everything, and thanks again.
Thank you. Okay, one of us and then.
Renee's coming. Just hold still. With everybody. Yeah, we should have the logo behind us.
Oh, double fisted.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Cirque du Soleil.
Hey, congratulations. Enjoy your retirement.
I have a second presentation tonight, and it's appropriate that you accept this on behalf of the Public Works team. The South Bay Council of Governments and the Southern California Regional Energy Network has presented us with the bronze level achievement for energy and climate recognition. So I think your department is at the forefront of that, so I want you to accept this on behalf of the rest of the city and your team.
We need to get. Yeah, come on.
He doesn't get up.
Sorry.
3, 2, 1. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, and now to announcements and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I'm going to start off tonight. We just got off a great weekend. We had the biggest holiday boat parade ever, where we integrated both the land side and the water side of the event, starting in the mid-afternoon and going all the way into the night. So it was a great day. It was for the first time integrating everything. I think it went off hitchless, so appreciate everyone who supported that. That is the Harbor Association. Our own council member Chadwick Waller was a big leader there. Chadwick Waller. Chadwick Castle. I really do know your name.
Brad Chad. Confused with the fire department. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Chad.
That's okay.
And then King Harbor Yacht Club and my wife was the lead. So thanks to all of them. Over the weekend, because he attended our boat parade, I got to spend a lot of time with Assemblymember Merritt Suchi, and since then also with Senator Allen, where we're pushing some legislation through to help protect us for the housing element and some of the state mandates on housing. So that's going forward. And then late last week, I got to sit down with an organization called Goals, which is a professional organization. They want to take the water polo tournament we had last year and turn it into a 2.5-month event in the harbor. So things are looking good for next summer. And that's all I have. So let's see, we'll go Councilmember Kalajerovich. I'll put you on the spot.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one announcement. I was in downtown with county and other elected officials talking about Measure A homeless dollars, which is a tax, a half-cent tax that we all pay on sales tax. We were talking about their upcoming spending plan and the most impactful use of those tax dollars. We really need the data to quantify how those dollars are currently working and then where we're actually going to put more money into so that we have the best outcomes. It's a lot of money, and I think we need the data to support that, so emphasis on data, and I was there advocating for that on Friday. I was very happy to attend the roundtable lunch at the King Harbor Yacht Club. I'm sure that will be mentioned. Other council members were there as well. And that's it for December. Everyone have a great holiday season, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you. To Councilmember Chad Waller. You guys speak with Chad Castle.
Okay. So I attended the roundtable luncheon as well. And as I was pointing out to someone on Saturday, the King Harbor Holiday Boat Parade is actually the only official parade we have in Redondo Beach. And it was very successful this year. One of the things that the committee strived to do was to include other organizations down around the harbor. So I would like to, say a special thank you first to the King Harbor Yacht Club, the official host. We had started the afternoon off with a party, the holiday party from the Pier Association, and then the high school marching band actually led us from the Pier Association party down through the Come Together House Market, which was a new craft market we added this year, to the community event area that was sponsored by the King Harbor Association. So all of these organizations that are already longstanding members of the harbor area actually came together to pull off a really successful event for the city. So it was due to everyone's hard work.
And I'll tell you, as the band was marching down the International Boardwalk, people were pouring out of the restaurants and the establishments there to come hear the music.
It was exciting to see. Yeah. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bradwell.
All right, thank you very much. I also attended the Redondo Beach Roundtable Luncheon last week, where we were entertained by students from Burrell Elementary, although I think that Councilmember Obaji's baby was the highlight for many people at that event. I also had the wonderful pleasure to become Santa and ride the sleigh Thursday and Friday last week. So I would like to thank the volunteers from our police and fire departments for making this possible. Saturday, I also walked around. I saw the car show, visited with vendors at the craft market, watched the ugly sweater paddle boards, saw the Redondo Union Band led by drum major pro tem Chadwick Castle.
Or Chadwick Waller.
And then finally, it was wonderful menorah lighting tonight. And we don't have any meetings for the next 2 weeks. So I wish everyone happy holidays, and I will see you all next year.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First, happy holidays. Yeah, Merry Christmas, happy Hanukkah to everybody, and any other holidays occurring in the next few weeks. I want to commend Councilmember Castle for the excellent job on the waterfront events this last weekend, because that is the most activated I have ever seen the waterfront. And this is Mole D. This isn't like out on a Mole or anything like that, but right where the International Boardwalk is and the cantina. More people down there. My wife and I and daughter walked down, saw Santa. This is after the boat parade. Walked down the International Boardwalk. Every restaurant down there was popping. It was amazing. And thank you to First Lady of Redondo Beach, Pat Light, for her organization of the boat parade. She was busy running around, handling stuff, conducting meetings with the skippers of the boats, making sure that they rolled out in an organized fashion, made sure that they did their circle around landside. So bravo. Thank you for bringing that to Redondo Beach and bringing Redondo Beach to new heights. I also want to say thank you to the mayor. He invited the council and some staff to dinner, so thank you for hosting that
My
at
pleasure.
the at Baleen last week. Also attended the roundtable luncheon at the King Harbor Yacht Club with my daughter. It was great to see folks there. And I also attended the Southern California Environmental Services Center Awards, where we received that award, the Bronze Award that we just gave to Public Works. Thank you for keeping our city energy efficient. And thank you to Rabbi Yossi and the Yossi family for the awesome Hanukkah event that we just had here in front of City Hall. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
None tonight.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, with that, and we'll go to item E. Can I, would any of you like to move anything on the agenda?
No.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of agenda as written?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Going to item G, do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, we have 5 items. H13 is related to the Second Amendment to the agreement with HealthNet. We have a Second Amendment. H5, update pay and benefits plan for the management and confidential employee group. A letter from RBPSA. J1, public participation in non-agenda items, public communications. And 2, possible action regarding the Artesia Boulevard Strategic Art Plan, public communications. P1, regarding the annual performance review for the position of city manager. We have council subcommittee report, employee agreement with city manager, first, second, and third amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next we'll go to the consent calendar, items H1 through H16. Would any member of the council wish to pull any of the items on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we take the vote, would anyone from the audience wish to talk to any of the items H1 through whatever it was, the last one, H16? I do have cards, so we'll go through the cards first. The first one is Wayne Craig on item H6.
I have to wait a few minutes for this to come up, right? Jeez.
I think we need to slow that motor down.
Should play elevator music now, right?
Jeopardy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. Last week, I asked the council to do something, and they did it. And I guess we can only call it a Hanukkah miracle. We're actually going to have free parking for a week in Riviera Village. And I think this is a good thing. It's been an economic driver for the city for I don't know how many decades. And it's really nice that we actually are recognizing it. This is the same group that recently actually agreed to pay more money out of their own revenue to help the Riviera Business Improvement District. That's pretty good commitment to helping the city do better. And I really appreciate the city council taking this effort, making this effort, putting in the budget, doing this way. I just hope that next year, we don't have to ask for it. It's just automatically done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is on item H9 is Ron Morocco, followed by Jim Mueller on H14.
Thank you, Wayne, for raising this already. Mayor, City Council, Ron Morocco, District 3. I'm here to speak on H9. I came to you on November 4th about the Mills Act contract that you similarly have before you now. I had asked the council to add language to the contract that gives express consent for the property to be considered a historic district. You have another contract before you tonight. It made sense just to come down here and remind you of it and the importance of it. The city attorney said it's a policy matter, so I do look forward to you bringing up the issue again next year. H16, which is on your calendar, also says that the council will take up certain portions of the strategic plan dealing with historical preservation. But on January 6th, you're going to talk about the ordinance. On January 6th, you're going to talk about the variance survey. Mills Act is nowhere in the ordinance. It's not part of the survey. It's an incentive that we give to homeowners to participate, voluntarily participate. And this is all about voluntary participating. It's a voluntary act to become a Mills Act property. And that's the incentive. And I hope that we can add that provision to the contract. Unlike when I was here before you on November 4th, this property that you have before you today is surrounded by 3 different historical landmarks. And so it's likely that the issue will actually come up as a possible historic district. There's a nice cluster of them available over there. Unlike what came before you on November 4th, we actually asked during the Public Amenities Commission whether the homeowner would be interested in participating as a historic district, and the answer was yes. So she would consider it. As was said on November 4th, and I believe it was my own council person who asked about whether time is of the essence on it. This property has been landmarked since 1994. So it's been there without a contract. This is the opportunity to do it. I do hope that you will add the language that I proposed on November 4th and passed out to you. If not tonight, then at least please include a discussion of this language, this policy at your January 6th meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Morocco, can you resend that clause that you wrote for us?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
To everybody or just you?
You can send it to the whole council.
Just give it to me and then I'll forward it to all of them.
Okay, I'll give her a copy before I leave.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and then Jim Mueller on H14.
Good evening, Council. Jim Mueller, District 5. I'd like to speak about H14. These are 2 professional services contracts, and they contain automatic multi-year renewals. And I just want to ask the Council if this doesn't constitute a short-circuiting of the city's budget process. Because if these contracts are automatically reviewed, renewed, is there an opportunity in the budget process to either cancel them or alter the amounts? So that's a question for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address any of the consent calendar items? H1 through H16. Anyone online?
I have no one on Zoom and no comments for the record.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All 4?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Do you need to read any off?
Yes, H6, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2512-100, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the waiver of parking meter fees within the Riviera Village area from December 17, 2025 through December 24, 2025. H10, adopt by title only ordinance number 3309-25, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 1, Section 10-5.402A of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to the definition of P, permitted by right, in the city's various specified zones and procedures, and determining such amendment as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act for second reading and adoption. H11, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2512-102, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, amending the part-time employment policy and a pay plan for part-time employees. And H15, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2512-103, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, updating the pay and benefits plan for management and confidential employees. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, item I, we have no excluded consent calendar items, so we jump to item J on the agenda. That's public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to speak on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action. The section will be limited to 30 minutes in total. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. And we will start with written submissions, which we have several here. So the first is Andrew Beggs, and then Wayne Craig. Andy, you're up.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, city staff. My name is Andy Beggs, and I'm representing the two not-for-profit organizations that live in District 2 over on Mole, that being the King Harbor Yacht Club and the King Harbor Youth Foundation. We've already talked about this tonight, but I'm here to say thank you. Sincerely, thank you to everyone on the city council, for the staff, Mr. Mayor, for Saturday's holiday boat parade, which was pure joy. I really worked hard on this, but I was a small part of a very large team of people led by Chad Castle, District 2 council member, thank you. By Pat Light, who is our project manager, who really got everything accomplished. By Jeff Jones, the leader of the King Harbor Association. All of us leaned in and really were determined to make this a joyful, loving holiday experience for everyone in the community. And so it wouldn't have happened unless you supported that. So thank you very much. I also want to point out, it wasn't just King Harbor Yacht Club and the King Harbor Youth Foundation and the King Harbor Association. We also had Port Royal Yacht Club. We also had Lanakila out there in the parade. I was out there in the parade myself, and I was having such a great time, but I have to be honest, occasionally I was looking ashore and seeing all the people on the shore, and I was feeling a little jealous. So maybe next year I'll get a chance to experience this from shore as well. But the event wasn't perfect, I know, but I'm very confident that if all of us work together, we can continue to improve upon this and deliver an even better holiday event every year for the city. So thank you. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you, and thanks for your part in setting all that up and making it happen. Let's see, Wayne Craig and then Jim Mueller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For weeks now, we've heard from police union reps that officer pay in Redondo Beach is unacceptable. If we truly ranked last among 10 comparable cities, that's a serious failure, and it deserves immediate attention. Officers choose to work based on three things: pay, benefits, and the working environment. Redondo Beach generally does well in the environment, so if pay is truly the problem, we need an honest conversation about what's driving it. That starts with verifying whether total compensation, including benefits, actually is last. That brings me to a difficult but necessary question. One council member continues to aggressively push a massive standalone gun range, a project publicly championed by a police chief who is unfortunately retiring in a week. During recent elections, the police union spent about $70,000 on campaign mailers getting this specific council elected. I have to ask, did the rank and file officers ever urge for this excessively expensive project to be on their city council action bingo card? Or is it a priority being imposed by the council on the council? This $19 million gun range was sold to the public as free, supposedly funded by a federal grant and co-opted by the LA Air Force Base. That council claim is unraveling. Despite that, the city has already allocated over $1.3 million and burned through another, actually more than $200,000 chasing what now looks like a political vanity project. To the roughly 100 officers in the city, if base pay is truly the priority, that money alone could have meant a $13,000 raise per officer, or at least a meaningful bonus right now. And it gets worse. Even if we somehow win the grant lottery, the city's biggest gun range proponent estimates another $5.5 million would still be needed to complete it. Here's what they said.
We have a joint shooting range, and we would invest $5.5 million.
That we don't have, plus another $700,000 to run it that we also don't have. Over a standard 3-year labor contract, that's more than $7 million that's diverted away from money that can go towards officer pay. If wages are truly a priority, then prove it tonight. Tell the other 4 council members on the council tonight to reallocate the remaining $1.1 million away from the standalone gun range. That single vote can translate into roughly an $11,000 a year annual raise per office without raising taxes, cutting services, or asking voters for another bond. I agree the city needs a new gun range. I think we all do, but not this size and not this way. It should not be incorporated it should be incorporated into an already approved new police headquarters under Measure FP. That would cost much less, operate more efficiently, and stop bleeding money from officer pay. There is a choice. You can fund paychecks or you can fund pet projects. You can't credibly run both. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jim Mueller?
Good evening again. The December meeting of the Budget and Finance Commission was especially good. The commissioners dug into some real issues. All commissioners were participating, asking questions. The meeting went on so long, I got locked out of the parking garage. The commissioners addressed two topics: procurement of professional services and change orders on public works contracts. Topics that are worth millions of dollars in city spending. I'm not saying they discovered wrongdoing, but they did have legitimate questions about these procurement and contract management practices. On the services procurement side, the municipal code makes sole source, no compete contracts okay for a wide variety of professional services. This is curious because competition does exist for all of the services the municipal code lists as exempt from competition. Since the code lists specific services that shall be sole sourced, justifications normally required in procurement aren't required and certainly not available to the public. These contracts don't appear to have the normal structure, sole source justifications, detailed statements of work, delivery milestones, specific hourly rates. Also, many sole source services contracts are approved in the consent calendar rather than as agenda items. Some in the consent calendar contain multi-year automatic renewals. This short circuits the annual budget process. These practices pose dangers regarding the public trust. A couple of recent services contracts have the appearance of sweetheart deals. Vendors chosen as sole source simply because of prior experience or recommendation of a council person. I recommend the city consider reviewing its procurement practices, especially amending the city code regarding the sole sourcing of professional services. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? I still like that tie.
Thank you. All right, that's two. Ron Morocco, District 3. Since this is a nice last meeting of the year, I did want to thank one staff member who has all of his bosses here today. Jack Meyer, who's in the, oh, he wasn't, oh, there he is. He has done a tremendous job with the museum. If you haven't been to the museum, you need to go to the Historical Museum. If you have, they have done a tremendous job in making it a really great place. And the staff people that work there are phenomenal. So I do want to thank Jack publicly, thank the city manager for putting Jack in that position. But I think I encourage you all to go and anybody else in the city to go to that museum. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Okay, anyone online?
Yes, I have John Perchlin.
Go ahead, John. John, are you there?
Hello? There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. John Perchlin, District 1. First thing I would like to do is share with you a wake-up call my wife and I got this morning. That was a tractor trailer next to our house at 5:39 a.m., which disrupted every resident on Prospect Avenue. How would you guys like to wake up to that? I ask you, is that really quality of life? And to add to the mayor's great day comment, I went to the last cruising at the beach show this weekend. It was great fun, lots of Christmas spirit with the participants in the crowd. The kids really loved all the Christmas decor, the many Santas, and a good time was had by all. We are especially thankful to Darrell Boyd for holding the event and arranging to have the United States Marines there for a Toys for Tots collection so many attendees could donate to a great cause. It was a great success. What I found was it was really a shame that the city did not give any recognition to this event. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, I have Darrell Boyd.
Darrell Boyd, District 3, a 38-year tax-paying resident of Redondo Beach. Good vibes, quality of life, community, words that get used by business people and politicians as marketing and campaign slogans. On Saturday, November 22nd and Saturday, December 13th, a community of car lovers, good, caring, and giving people and friends came together, hundreds of them, to share friendships and a bond that started for many of them over 25 years ago. For some, it was in the past 5 years. As in past years, these people gave their time, burned their expensive gas, and gave the city a free car show that attracts crowds and brings commerce. They filled a van full of food for the Salvation Army of Redondo Beach Food Bank and a steak bed full of toys for the USMC Toys for Tots. These people have shown the true meaning of community, giving, and good vibes, enjoying time together and helping others, down-to-earth people doing real community work and enjoying each other's company. Our community includes and welcomes everyone, but their efforts and good works go unnoticed by this mayor and city council. Every other event in the Redondo Beach Marina on December 13th was mentioned by the mayor and Redondo Beach City Council, except the Cruise at the Beach Christmas Car Show and the final Cruise at the Beach show, purposely skipped and ignored by all of you. So I'm recognizing our crowd and our community, thanking them for their goodness, kindness, and generosity, because none of you, as supposed leaders in this city, took the time or could put disagreements aside for one day to show your faces. That's not leadership, and that's not how you unite a community. That's not showing that you care about quality of life for others. I've stood up against a members-only class and elitism that has taken over the Redondo Beach Marina by outside investors. I've stood up for needed resolutions to public safety and noise nuisances in my neighborhood and citywide. Jim Light is not a leader and doesn't resolve problems. He has conflated things with residential issues and personally attacked me as a classic car owner in my long-running 25 years Cruise at the Beach car show series. He has attacked the shows of my vehicles, which he has never even heard run, as a city noise nuisance. This was deflection from him because he's incompetent, won't fix real problems across this city, and I'm holding him accountable. Does Councilmember Waller, as a classic car owner, qualify as contributing to a city noise nuisance? Does he get a pass from Jim? It's ridiculous. It's a double standard. It's hypocritical. Cruise at the Beach was founded 25 years ago based on the Boyd family's 3 generations of racing, hot rodding, street riding, and muscle cars. It included a historic time in the 1970s to early 80s car and music culture in King Harbor and Redondo Beach's Harbor Drive. It came from the heart, and it came from real experiences. If you didn't grow up around here and experience it,
Your time's up.
here in Redondo Beach, like the majority.
Anyone else?
That's it. And no e-comments.
Okay. We still have time if anybody else want to come up and speak to the council before we close. Okay, thank you. Let's see, we have no public hearings tonight. We have no items continued from previous agendas, so we're jumping down to N on your agenda, and we'll start with N1. This is discussion and possible action regarding approval of an agreement to commission the artwork gate wave at the Gateway Parkway after, I think, a zillion years.
Yes. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Elizabeth House, Community Services Director. With me tonight, I have Jack Meyer, our Cultural Arts Manager. We get to present to you the artist contract for Gatewave, a project that has been in the works for about 15 years, and it will be taken over the finish line by Jack. And so I'll hand it over to him. He'll walk you through some of the background, as well as what the project will look like as we progress forward with it in the next few months. So with that, Jack.
Good evening. We're talking tonight about an artwork called Gatewave. It was originally started off as Gateway when it was at the Transit Center, but when it moved to the ocean, it became Gatewave. The artist is Vulcan Alkanoglu, and I practiced that. Quick background for the 2 council members who were not here the last time this came up and there was a presentation. The gestation of this began in 2011. Along with the Transit Center design, there was a strong incentive from the federal government to include a public art element to it. So the new nascent Public Art Commission selected from over 60 original submissions, a group of 10, which was narrowed down finally to 3. They had their selection, their personal recommendation taken to council, and that was further the Gateway to become Gatewave, and a budget of $75,000, which was to be from dedicated Prop C local return funds. They decided not to actually do the contract until actually construction began in 2017. By that time, over the course of 6 years, materials and labor had gone up drastically. The new quote was $275,000. At that point, we had actually created the John Parsons Public Art Fund, and it had received enough deposits to make this possible. So by 2021, as we neared completion, it was brought back to council for approval. And at that point, the council did allocate the additional $200,000. But of course, at that point also, they decided they did not like where the evolution of the transit center design had moved the artwork to, which was largely out of public view and around the side of the building. Decided to direct staff to look for a new and alternate location. That was taken back to the commission, and the commission identified Gateway Parquet as their best recommendation unanimously, brought it back to the council. And at that point, in January of 2024, the council accepted the design, the new location, and allocated the remaining, we lost the $75,000 of Prop C money by moving it away from the transit center. So the remaining funding was from John Parsons Art Fund was allocated. The last year was spent essentially determining whether or not the structure beneath the surface of the parquet was adequate to support this, and dealing with all of the various entitlements, public utilities. There's a great deal of stuff underneath that required underground imaging and so forth. And it was finally determined and confirmed by the artist that it was capable of sustaining it, and we could find a good spot to put it that didn't interfere with anybody else's entitlements. And so tonight we are bringing you back, the $275,000 budget here is just a brief breakdown of how that breaks down. You can see that the artist fee is not the most significant part. It's actually the fabrication and the materials. The material is largely aluminum with componentry of stainless steel to bind it all together so that it resists the salt air corrosion and sand of the location. That is also the longest piece of the whole design build process. It's about a 4-month fabrication period. At this time, we believe it is viable to get this completed and dedicated by June of 2026. And so there are some details here of how it looks from different angles, and also where it's be located at Gateway Parquet at the corner of Redondo and North Harbor Drive. And we recommend approval of an agreement with the Vulcan Alcangalu LLC to commission and install the artwork Gateway at Gateway Parquet for a total cost not to exceed $275,000.
That it?
Any questions?
When would, assuming we approve this tonight, when would the work start?
The final design work with the engineering documents would begin immediately. And within a month, that would be submitted for permits and engineering department's approval.
And then
after that, it is the 4-month process of, here we go. We get the engineering submission, their permit process, fabrication we would expect to be concluded by May.
We're looking to cut the ribbon on June.
That's it.
Assuming we approve tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Aluminum combined with stainless steel in a salt environment leads to galvanic corrosion. Do we have any assurance that there will be some isolation of the two dissimilar metals?
That's my understanding, that it's mostly for, the stainless steel is mostly for anchorage and into the concrete and near the, where we're dealing with and there is some isolation. A lot of the independent pieces will actually be connections made of aluminum.
Okay, so
trying to say similar metals.
Okay, good. That's all I had. Anyone else? I don't see any hands up.
That was my question. The galvanic issue.
Oh, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Jack. So happy to see this coming to the start of the finish line. You're looking at, if you look at Gateway Park yet, actually, if we could take a look at 2B. This is kind of tangential, but I got a request from folks who were seated there. I'm currently at Gateway Parkette. Here we go.
I don't see anything.
There it is.
Currently at Gateway Parkette, there's a bench, I believe, right here, facing the, or right here, yes, facing the parking lot. There was a request for, you know, is there any way they could put a bench here or over here, or, you know, basically, so there's something a little more scenic than a parking lot on the bench, like all the passerbys on the bikes and the like. I realize that's not exactly the art department, but is that something we could entertain after we install this item, potentially?
We can certainly investigate those options, and if there's a possibility of this being an M&O item, perhaps we install it. If not, we can bring that back as a budget consideration.
Okay, cool.
There may be an available bench from Franklin Park.
Looking to transfer one. Yeah, we can evaluate the options, and
cool.
There's
I realize it's tough because of the landscaping and stuff. There may not be a huge opportunity in terms of space.
Typically you have to add some level of accessibility. The bench has to provide a separate viewing area for somebody who might be in a wheelchair. So you have some other site constraints that come into that analysis.
Okay, just a thought I wanted to put out there. Thank you.
Yeah. You look out in our courtyard, you'll see the amount of space they've allocated for a wheelchair.
Okay, makes sense. That's it.
Okay.
Motion approved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion by the council? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
Yes, I have Gil Contreras.
Go ahead, Gil. You there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, ideally, I was trying to speak at the other, on non-agenda items, and for some reason I was overlooked on that. So unfortunately, I'm being surprised by this. I think myself and like a lot of other people are concerned about art within our community and such. I think it's nice to look at, and it makes everybody feel good. But again, we're looking at where are we getting this money from? How's it going to be utilized? I mean, we discussed earlier about how our police officers are not being paid, but yet, you know, you have money for this. I think it's kind of like, you know, looking at trying to look through our sofa for get extra change. How does that look to our police officers? How does that look to some of our other people that are not being funded, that you have these things to be able to start throwing money around on this stuff? Again, I think this should be thought through a little bit more. Very similar to the other boondoggle that was done under the King Harbor sign, where we can't turn that water on because somebody didn't think about that. So I think just throwing these monies around needs to be kind of looked at a little bit more than not just thinking that just because there's some money sitting in some fund that we need to spend it. I think the reallocation of money to the infrastructure of what we are doing is what's going to be able to help us a lot more than something like this. I think we just need to reassess that and look at where we're spending our money. More fiscal responsibility should be practiced by people who are supposedly representing us. And I think at the same time is that a lot more input from the community should be had as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's some misconceptions by the public that not all funding can move to all places. So City Manager Witsansky, can we move funds from the John Parsons Art Fund to do infrastructure or to pay police?
No.
You're not on.
No. To answer your question, no. We cannot use one-time funds for ongoing salary commitments. That is something that we are very careful about in the budget. Recurring expenditures need to have an assigned recurring revenue source. One-time appropriations and one-time sources of funds can be used for one-time activities, M&O activities, capital projects, one-time benefit structures and the like. So that is not something we do. And beyond that, in this instance, the John Parsons Public Art Fund has its own restrictions under our Muni code and given the nature and construct of the fund itself. So can only use it on public art projects and public art project related activities. And that's a very specific requirement.
Yeah, so there's no way we could allocate the money for this into paying for police or paying for infrastructure?
No.
And similar with like Quimby fees, Measure M funds?
Yeah, that's I think one thing when you look at our capital improvement program, there's very little general fund dollars assigned to the projects that we execute on a day-to-day basis. The vast majority of the funds are non-discretionary sources, transportation restricted funds, whether it be Metro grant funds, regional Measure R allocations, transportation dollars, et cetera. And in another instance, we might have Quimby funds that fund activities in parks and parkettes. In this case, John Parsons Public Art Fund is our large source for public art activities. At this stage, very, very few general discretionary dollars are even available in our CIP. In fact, in the last few years, we haven't even allocated our traditional $1 million general fund distribution of the CIP because we've had other operational expenses to commit to.
Yeah, so, just it seems to be a theme tonight, but the council isn't at leisure to take monies from one fund and move them to the general fund when they're defined funds that have to be spent on certain things. So, and I know it's complex if you don't dig into the budget. It is in the budget and shows the source of the funds, but it's a little complex, and we just can't move money from one place to another, from one fund into the general fund when they're restricted. So thank you for that answer. Any other members of the public?
Yes, I have Marcy Guillermo.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Just a comment. I looked at the pictures. I looked at the size of the parquet. The sculpture looks too big for the small parquet. Can its size be reduced? What are the annual maintenance fees to maintain that? And is there any warranty to ensure it will not rust? In my opinion, it feels a little bit too expensive for the area that is going to be placed. In addition, we can use some of that funding, art funding, to do 3D walkthroughs that could be considered art. So please think about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have one e-comment that opposes, and then that's it for right now.
Come on up, Georgette.
Okay, Georgette Ganner, District 2. I just want the caller to know, maybe he's not sure because you guys kind of addressed it, but that the Public Art Fund was established in 2009. 1% of developer fees are being set aside to establish the budget for this. There's it was close to $1 million for a while. They're in the fund. That's where the money's coming from. This particular, thank God this thing is actually happening. I hope it's not too big for the area, but I don't think it is. I think there's been so much, well, 15 years. I was on the commission at the time that this was decided on. And yeah, the money that's coming from this is from the John Parsons Fund. I know you guys all know this. This is just for the caller. I hope he's still listening. And yes, it started out at $75,000 because at the time he had students helping him, and it would have been a great savings. And it was such a particular value at that time. And then because of all the delays, 200,000 more. So anyway, that money is established from, or is being gotten from an established fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have no.
Okay, we had a motion on the floor to approve the contract. I'll call the vote now. All for?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, now to N2. It seems like N is all art tonight. So this is about our Artesia and the strategic plan.
Sorry, same people, so we're trying to play musical chairs here. Well, good evening, Council. Tonight we have Bo Bass. He is the creative director of LaBass Projects. They are the selected consultant that is helping us with our Artesia project. And over the last few months, he's collected a lot of community feedback through surveys, through community meetings, through conversations with commission. He'll be able to walk you through a lot of that outreach, and through all that effort and through his experience in the field has been able to put together a draft public art plan, strategic art plan for Artesia
Take this
corridor.
picture this morning when it was all foggy.
It's a photo
That's
effect.
North Redondo, no bother.
And so with that, I will hand it over to Bo to walk you through the plan. But staff is also here and available to answer questions as we go through the slides and at the end. So with that, Bo.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, thank you for having me. What a fun, festive council meeting today. Very excited to kind of walk you through just some high-level points of the strategic art plan. Our team, the presentation you're seeing tonight is literally just some bullet points. I think it's a 60, almost a little over 60-page strategic plan that outlines everything from our methodology to our community engagement plan, to the goals, to the art locations, the strategy behind those locations, the typologies of artwork, materials we're looking at. So I have no control over this, right? Okay. So I'm just going to jump in. Please stop me if you have questions. Happy to sort of walk everybody through any details. We started this process really looking at sort of like the pillars of like how we would sort of start this process. The first thing we really wanted to do, we spent a significant amount of time connecting with the community. I will say the Redondo, we've done this similar types of projects in quite a few cities, both in Southern California, globally. I will say the Redondo Beach community is one of the most engaged communities I've been involved in, which is great. So we started working with the community. Our goal is really to utilize this public art along Artesia to enhance the city, enhance the Artesia corridor, sort of tie in with the future development. We want to use artworks to really innovate and inspire the community through the creativity. And we want to celebrate the sort of the identity and culture of not just all of Redondo Beach, but particularly North Redondo is one of the things we really heard from our community engagement. Next slide. We started with the cultural arts commissioners, and me and my team spoke with all the commissioners. We spent, that led us to conversations with quite a few community members, local business owners. We had several meetings with the NRBBA where we sort of presented our sort of like who we are, what we were planning, went back, took questions, had a sit down Q&A session, took a lot of feedback. We spent a lot of time with city staff. Our team spent a lot of time on the ground, going up and down, particularly Artesia, the corridor, getting a sense of the businesses that were there, how the spaces were being used. Our outreach, one of the things we sort of, to try to make sure we touch as many people and got as much feedback as possible, we put out an online survey. City staff helped us push that out. I believe that was presented here and some other places locally. We had 171 responses, and that wasn't a, hey, do you live in Redondo? Do you like it here? That was a very detailed, we asked a lot of deep questions. I've never had 170 responses from this kind of project in any community. So I will say like that really surprised us. Our community meeting, I think we had like 50, 60 people come to a community meeting that ended up being several hours long, where I presented sort of where we were, our process, and just took a lot of questions from the community. And then again, we had our several meetings with the Cultural Arts Commission. So we really tried our best to dive into the community, get feedback from as many people as possible. And that led us to sort of how we developed the actual strategic plan. I think we keep going. This is just a snapshot of some of the data and some of the responses from the community. We heard a lot of things that were very specific, that we heard a lot, like the traffic and the speed of traffic was an issue for people. And again, public art can't solve that, but we have to sort of think strategically how we can use art to maybe help with some of those mitigations. We heard about people wanting landmark art to sort of, for them to be proud of in the community. There were a lot of people wanting functional elements, opportunities for people to sit, touch, engage, give more reasons for people in the surrounding communities to come and walk onto Artesia. So those are some of the sort of key highlights that we saw. We can keep kind of going.
Before you leave that, is interactive art the same as functional art?
It's sort of gray, yes. Interactive and functional, like functional would be like artist designed benches and seating or shade structures. Interactive could be anything from sculptures that you can touch, feel, sit on, engage with. So there are some crossovers, but yes, both.
Okay.
So based on the feedback we got, based on our time on the ground, trying to figure out how we could really maximize the budget that was being provided from the John Parsons Fund, and really enhance as many elements as we could. And again, just sort of a reminder, we brought this up in commission. We had to bring this up multiple times in community meetings. A lot of people wanted murals. That murals kept coming up, which we love, but we had to remind everyone that whatever we do has to go on publicly owned land, right? Even if a building owner said, hey, we'd love for this wall to be painted, we can't spend civic dollars on that because that building owner could sell it in a year and the new owner might be like, no thanks, let's get rid of this. So everything we did, there were a lot of locations where we're like, this is great, but it's actually Water and Power owns that, or the power company owns some spaces. And there were some locations we really liked that the city doesn't own, so we had to kind of walk away from those. Anyway, I sort of digress. We wanted to really emphasize the city gateways. There's a welcome sign that's sort of like small and hidden, and we looked at that as an opportunity. Sort of the either end gateway coming into Artesia, we thought as big opportunities. We wanted to use functional artwork to sort of enhance the walkability. And that came up again in the Cultural Arts Commission, wanting more sort of functional pieces. We wanted to enhance some community features, sort of things that sort of people can stumble upon and discover, smaller sort of like hidden moments. And again, for the community, as they're walking, and they're going to the hair salon, or they're going to the restaurant, they can stumble and sort of experience smaller elements. But again, trying to figure out how we can spend, not a lot of dollars, but not a lot of dollars to optimize the site as much as possible. And I think where we ended up in this sort of phase one, there is $450,000 allocated in phase one. And I know the city has a plan for a phase two with some additional dollars into the fund. So our plan actually considers the sort of phase one, the money that is available now, and a potential phase two. So we were trying to have the foresight of what we would do down the road. But in this phase one, we're looking at a couple items. You can see the welcome sign. We're looking to sort of potentially commission artists to recreate sort of a more visual landmark welcome sign. 2 median installations, one sort of across from the North Branch Library, and then another on the other end of the gateway. Several concrete benches. There are a series of these sort of concrete benches that are sort of kind of quiet and tired. And again, trying to stretch dollars, commissioning artists to either mosaic tile or create installations on those benches to sort of like make them a little livelier, a little brighter. And again, we heard from the community over and over again that people wanted places to sit. There are a couple of retirement homes where people wanted, like, when they were walking, they wanted places where they could stop, spend time. And again, using our dollars to sort of enhance some of those existing infrastructure. And then crosswalks. We kept hearing about the traffic concerns, how we can use ground level painted crosswalks to create a visual that will potentially slow that traffic down a little bit, create a little more vibrant areas for people to actually cross the street as pedestrians.
Before we leave that, so on the left end there, do we not have a gateway sign on Artesia?
Yeah, we have a landmark sign.
There is a little landmark. I have a picture of it too. It's small enough where you almost wouldn't notice it.
And we're going through a branding process.
The wrong logo.
So do we want to have an art project as a gateway sign, or do we want to have, I guess that's what the council can debate, but I'm just, seems at odds with what we're trying to do with branding the city.
We're eventually going to need to cycle through all of our entry signs, our monument signs, with our new updated logo. It's an expense. These signs aren't cheap, so we're going to have to do that over time. Whether or not this would follow traditional branding or be more of a Artesia-focused art piece is ultimately at the council's discretion.
Yeah, I'm not advocating going to change all the monument signs. It's if we're doing something here, should we do branding or should we do a one-off? And I guess that's for the council to debate. At the Blue Salt Fish Grill, there's another orange bubble there with some kind of symbology in it. What's that?
that's a.
That is on a Google map. I'm not sure
Oh,
what that is.
I thought that was one of
apologize.
your colors.
They're gonna be big fish on.
Yeah.
Shrimp for the blue saltfish.
We didn't necessarily pick the AAA and the elementary school and the blue saltfish grill. I
It
think
just
those
looked
were-
the same
that-
color
yeah.
as your orange, so I just found.
No, it's, I
That's
just
all
caught
I
that.
had.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We should Photoshop that out. Breaking down the sort of phase one allocated funds, we're looking at about spending around $200,000, about $100,000 each on the median installations. And again, we feel very confident that this is, we can execute this. We're installing a similarly, like a fairly decent sized scale median sculpture in the city of Glendale for about the same budget. So when we're presenting budget numbers, we feel confident that these are deliverable based on existing projects we're working on. About a $40,000 budget towards a welcome sign. And again, if council decides that our piece goes there, or we can reallocate that into some more functional items if the city wanted to do branding. Another $40,000 into sort of redesigning and decorating those concrete benches. And again, that's not replacing the benches, that's finding and commissioning an artist to find a way to creatively enhance and make this a little bit more of an experience. And then $80,000 for two like major crosswalk, sort of, again, technically it's a mural because it'll be a ground-based painting, but big crosswalk installations. We've got another $45,000, 10% in contingency in case some of those budgets overrun, depending on the time, the scale, material costs, our consulting fees, and there's your $430,000 total. And just some visual examples of what we would envision as a crosswalk. And again, it's not necessarily this, but this is just an example of a brightly colored crosswalk in a city where it creates a sense of place, creates another sort of moment in the city, and hopefully can maybe slow the traffic down. The top image is sort of what you discussed as like a sort of a hidden moment that is sort of functional and sort of informative. They're like viewfinders that people can play with. There are other smaller light post sculptures where they're like we actually did. I wish we had a picture of it. We did this really cool installation in Santa Monica on Third Street Promenade where an artist did these little metal sculptures that created the perspective. So if it looked into sort of famous buildings or moments, and Third Street Promenade, they had those dinosaurs, ivy sculptures, where they have a little like cutout. So if you stand in the spot, that becomes the cutout. So again, very low cost, but kind of fun hidden moments as sort of visitors and residents, spend time in Artesia. And again, so everything from, we could envision any of these things on the medians, large scale, vertical sculptures, those LA sort of sculptural benches are examples of benches we've worked on. Those are a project for LA County Parks.
There's whirligigs? There's pinwheels?
That's just sort of a lighting installation, just an example of thing. I mean, that's a temporary installation, but things that could be done in a median. We were talking about not just sculptural, but potentially lighting, because some of those median areas already have great canopies of trees. How do we do a lighting installation that sort of, again, light the nighttime activity was an issue for a lot of residents on Artesia. So, using an art installation to create more light in a space was an option. And Mayor, there's your Redondo Beach welcome sign and some of the concrete benches. And then some examples of like sort of mosaic tile benches that have been, Okay, so the next step for us, assuming the strategic plan is approved, we would put out and build an artist pool. Just a reminder, we don't represent any artists. Our goal is to reach out and build the biggest pool possible for the Arts Commission and Council to hopefully, approve. We have very specific RFP criteria. We would put out, first actually request for qualifications to build a pool for each of these approved locations. We would help narrow that pool down to artists based on these criteria, like an artistic quality, the relevance to the site, the residents of the community, how comfortable and confident we are that they can deliver based on the budgets they're approving and the material they're suggesting. And their ability to innovate and impact the community. The artists would be selected per our plan. The recommendation is that the Cultural Arts Commission would have 2 members in the selection panel. We would have 2 community members and then 1 city representative. Our team will not be on the selection panel. We'll be there to support and advise as needed. But we would have a city selection panel to select final artists and then final concepts from those artists.
Okay, so I'm actually going to step in and present this. This is the recommendation that the Cultural Arts Commission gave to the City Council for consideration. So as you know, we did present the proposed plan to the commission, and overall, they were in support of the plan. They would like the council to consider approving it. In addition to 2 other additional thoughts that they had. One is that for us to be mindful of considering some more interactive pieces throughout phase 1. So if there are some sort of art pieces or some sort of installations that are, like Bo stated, those kind of hidden moments or some sort of interactive, they love that viewfinder one that was on that light pole where you can kind of look at different angles, just to keep that in mind. And so as we go through kind of this artist pool and making that selection, just being mindful that that would be something we should consider, just trying to place some of these small interactive hidden moments throughout Artesia. And then the second recommendation was to add an additional allocation of $32,500 to phase 1 for proposed LGBTQ sculpture at the North Branch Library. So this is a project that the Cultural Arts Commission has been working on for maybe about a year or so. They created a subcommittee to consider some viability and some options for this piece specifically. They didn't want to take away from the recommendations already included in phase 1 in the plan. They were hoping the City Council can consider adding an additional allocation to add that piece to what is already outlined in phase 1 installation. So that $32,500 would include $25,000 for the artwork and then an additional $7,500 for LBP to assist in the consulting services for that procurement and installation of that piece. So it essentially would just be added to what is being recommended for phase 1. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Bo to finish the presentation of the plan.
Well, before we leave that.
Sure.
So they don't view the benches as the interactive pieces. They want something different.
I think they wanted benches, but they also wanted more interactivity. So I think our suggestion, I mean, what we presented is what's in the strategic plan. The Cultural Arts Commission wanted more interactivity. So our recommendation would probably, strategically, budget-wise, would probably maybe remove one of the median sculptures or potentially the welcome sculpture and reallocate that into more interactive pieces.
But we don't know where that would be right now.
We actually have those, we have quite a few locations outlined as part of phase 2. So we would just sort of like reposition. So again, this is very, very top line. Right. We have a phase 1, phase 2. We have locations, that were opportunities that we don't recommend. So that would be part of us figuring out. But yeah, we would sort of like reposition phase 2 into phase 1. Sorry.
The LGBTQ sculpture is one of those crosswalks. At one time, we were talking about, doing a crosswalk that celebrated the one historic bar. Is that still part of this, or is that a separate?
That's right across the street from the North Library as well. So
they still with the crosswalk there, because that was a crosswalk location, correct? Mm-hmm. Is that the one that would be the LB? So they want both a crosswalk and a sculpture, or
both? So throughout the past year and a half, so when I initially took over the commission and now Jack has it in hand, it's been a long process and a long conversation. They did consider doing a pride art piece in the crosswalk, but they wanted to move away from that and have something more sculptural instead. So they've considered the crosswalk. Now they're moving towards something more sculptural at the North Branch Library. And that's separate from Bo's efforts, who separately identified that crosswalk as an opportunity location for crosswalk artwork.
So I'm a little confused. So the crosswalk's not LBG, they're not recommending that anymore?
They're 2 separate projects.
But they're not both LGBT?
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. Mm-hmm. Okay.
quick question, if I may, on that.
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the potential North Branch Library installation, was that part, Bo, of your community outreach and polling? Did we get feedback from the community on that specific item?
We did a little bit because that kept coming up. That was something that initially we were not aware of as an opportunity, and that came up in several meetings. What about the, people knew that that was part of a city process, and so that kept coming up. And then in our discussions, our thought was we could actually probably create both a time and cost savings for the city by rolling that into the overall plan. And the way I think we could sort of help the city, if we're already building an artist pool,
yeah,
it's one more element to build.
If I could just jump in because I'm unlimited. Was it part of the 100, you mentioned the robust outreach and interaction you got from the city residents in Redondo Beach? Was the potential art installation at the North Branch part of that robust 171 respondent
We did
survey,
not
or was
ask
that
specifically about that, but that opportunity kept coming up as a question in multiple meetings.
And could you, do some more outreach? I mean, it seems like you've gotten some good feedback in your information included in the packet, just so we could get a better understanding of where the community is on various issues.
Our budget, if we added this part to our project, would include additional community outreach, because I think it would be important for us to get a sense of, that community specifically in Redondo Beach, which was not part of our initial ask. Was not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for that.
Let's continue.
Okay, so that sort of wraps up, unless you have any additional questions. Sort of the follow-up from the Cultural Arts Commission was that they were recommending, I think, City Council to provide any additional direction, but approve this our strategic plan with some modifications, including more interactive artwork, replacing potentially one of the larger sculptures.
Okay, thank you. Good presentation. Does anyone have questions before I jump in?
I do.
Questions while he's standing here, so we can get into general discussion.
Sure.
So we'll go with hands. Brad, did you have questions for?
I don't know how much of this is for him and how much of it might be for staff.
Well, I'd like to hold off on staff, so let's get questions.
So of the $450,000 budget, why is the sculpture project, is that in addition to the 450 that you were asking for?
The LGBTQ sculpture? I think my understanding is that was money that the Cultural Arts Commission was already planning on spending separately, and are now recommending that we manage that process for them.
Okay.
That's in addition
I think maybe the way to think about it is you've appropriated $450,000 for this effort. $45,000, of course, for this initial strategic planning effort, the consulting services associated with follow-up procurement. You have roughly, as you saw in that line item, roughly $400,000 of funds that you're going to be spending on future public art projects that are phase one of the plan. You have two choices as it pertains to the Cultural Arts Commission recommendation. Well, you have three, really. You could direct that specific project effort be part of phase one and theoretically be charged against the original $400,000 that's available for art installation. You could direct us to come back with a 4/5 budget modification, a supplemental resolution that would add an additional $32,000 or more to the CIP project to expand the scope of work associated with phase one.
The funds are in the
And an attachment to this presentation and report was an accounting of our current available resources there. We have sufficient funds to do that if that's how the council would like to allocate those funds. Or third, table this to phase two. I mean, that would be another option for you. So you can do any one of those items. The commission obviously is recommending that you consider a supplemental allocation. That would require a 4/5 budget resolution.
Do you have questions for the consultant?
Yes, because he was talking about the 450 in the budget. So that's why I was asking him why that particular piece was pulled out separate from the 450 that was in his presentation. So that's what I was trying to.
Our initial task was to create a plan for that 450. And the additional piece was a supplemental thing that came up through the process of community engagement and meeting and sort of, we try to look at even though we're just tasked with the 450, part of our goal was to also to get an understanding of, okay, if there is a phase 2, how does phase 1 affect phase 2? If there are other opportunities in the city, how do those fit into the overall plan? So while we were tasked with the 450, we were trying to think holistically about future additional, and that's sort of where I think that secondary option came in.
And if we took the first option of including it in the original 450 budget, I guess one of the other projects would slide to a potential phase 2.
Yes.
Is that how it would work? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thanks, Bo, for your involvement here and your community outreach and the like. I'll say, people have said that the North isn't very engaged and they don't participate that much in elections compared to the South. But I think the response that you got, the attendance that you've got at these meetings shows how thirsty we are as a community in North Redondo to have a vitalized Artesia Boulevard with art and new businesses and the like. So first, I am concerned about crosswalk. Let me say I'm concerned about crosswalk art. I don't want to pour cold water on that, but Artesia has somewhere between 50 and 80,000 cars driving down it a day. I'm concerned about, we've come on the council to appreciate the financial impacts of our decisions, not just now, but in the future. And I would hate to have a beautiful crosswalk that fades, and within 3 years, you can't even see it anymore because of the paints that need to be used and so on and so forth. I mean, just as often as I see our crews repainting our regular crosswalks, I can only imagine how quickly artsy crosswalks would need to be rehabbed. So what do you have to say to that?
No, that's a very good point. Certainly a crosswalk is not going to last as long as a stainless steel sculpture. I think even in our plan, we mentioned that those will need more maintenance and the longevity. Typically a mural, even on a wall, is considered permanent for 10 years. Most city ordinances, like City of Los Angeles, when you get a mural permitted, it has to remain for 10 years. That's considered permanent, even though that is not the actual definition of permanent, and that is because things fade. All of the work we do, whether it's sculptures or painting or crosswalks, we actually bring a third-party conservator in to give a maintenance and sort of conservation report. My guess is realistically, a crosswalk mural is going to last 3 to 5 years. Okay. I think there is an expectation that that's not going to last 10, 15 years. Okay.
Thank you for that. And my recollection, Mr. City Manager, is that we have some crosswalk art on Artesia Boulevard, some stones or such that was painted into the design of one of the crosswalks or a couple. Is that right?
We have, there's some seashell installation on our sidewalks. There's some seashells still in our medians to a degree. And then we have that, I don't know what you'd call it, kind of stamped beige, kind of wavy design there in certain areas. Some of that is being changed as we've gone through and done traffic signal improvements. You're seeing us roll out the more traditional continental crosswalks.
All right. So, and as that's, I like the stuff on the sidewalks. I think that holds up. But as far as the crosswalks, I'm not a huge fan of that because of, it's only going to last 3 to 5 years. And I feel like if we could put that into a permanent installation, that would be better.
And if we redo the street for some reason.
Right, it's gone.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point, Councilman, that particularly that beige crosswalk that we've had experience with, when it's fresh, it shows a lot of tire marks. And that's one of the risks you run with a lightly colored kind of artistic rendering of any kind. Now, I can't imagine it would be static, sort of beige like we had in the old model. Right. But it does show where.
And if you go bright, let's say, then it's again going to show tire marks, and it's also going to fade potentially. And then it gets that at the 3-year mark. It's not like it disappears, or 5-year mark it disappears. It's faded, right, and you can't really see it very well. So I'd rather not. Moving on to the welcome sign, you said west. Why west?
Is it just the west side of Artesia Boulevard?
Yes. Why the west side of Artesia Boulevard?
Because there's a current welcome sign there. So our thought was to replace that welcome sign with a sculptural installation to sort of like replace that marker. And there would be an accompanying median sculpture on the east end of Artesia as well.
Okay,
So
so
we looked at as bookend gateways.
Sure.
essentially.
I appreciate that. If we can look at 2B, please. So this is the monument sign at Artesia and Hawthorne. At this part of Artesia, it is Redondo Beach on the right side and the left side. But as soon as you get further down, it's Lawndale on the north side and Redondo on the left side. Then when you get to here, this is the first part of Artesia. This is just west of Inglewood, where it's Redondo Beach on both sides. And it doesn't have any sort of monument or sign. I feel like this, being the tree being naked right here, could be kind of a perfect spot for some sort of entry piece, be it a monument sign or a sculpture. On the other side, this is the going west. And by the way, a lot of the folks that live in North Redondo have done so because they need to get on the freeway, get over to the 405, and this is the route they take. They take Artesia Boulevard, they come down Inglewood, and this is a big route that we all take, I think, driving through North Redondo.
So which way is this looking?
This is looking east on Artesia Boulevard.
Okay.
And by the way, if council, anybody disagrees with me, by all means, the public, feel free to say so, and maybe I have it wrong. Sorry, this is looking west. This is on the east side looking west. I apologize. Thank you, Councilmember Barron. This is on the west side looking east, and we have these monument signs. So what I wonder is, with the existing monument signs, if we could obviously scrap what's there, scrap the print that's on there right now, leave the monument, and replace it with the current logo and artsify it, right? So whether it's tiles, whether it's epoxy, whatever it may be, whatever an artist proposes, but incorporate the logo in some way and make this an art piece. And then the same thing for this piece, and then maybe put a sculpture here. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. You're the expert on this, but that's kind of my thought for it. And that way we kind of knock out two birds with one stone, which is trying to update the logos here, but also brand this as Artesia.
Very valuable feedback. And again, we're experts in the sense of like trying to figure out strategically where to put things, but this is your district, right? And so, and again, that's why we did our best to try to get as many community feedback as possible. But we're certainly open. Our thought really was West Gateway, East Gateway entering as landmarks. I would say probably would not make sense to try to spend the money to get an artist to commission just to decorate an existing sort of, what feels frankly sort of an antiquated like sort of monument sign. Versus replacing it with something. And I think our thoughts were, particularly for that moment, it was probably not something that says Redondo Beach, but it's a very narrow median, something tall, vertical, colorful that sort of stands out. So when people are passing by, it's something you can't miss versus a 3-foot tall monument sign that
sounds
driven by at 50 miles an hour.
Sounds great. I appreciate
that.
But
in terms of locations, we're very open and, in terms of where on those gateways.
And that, I guess, brings us to the next point, which is we're not necessarily going to get it right, and you're not necessarily going to get exactly right, which is why it's really important, I think, as you go forward to continue to engage the community. And Councilmember Barron brought this up to me, and I wholeheartedly agree. Just like we did before with getting the initial feedback from them, once we have ideas as to what you want to do, what you think is going to go well there, I would like to see another poll go out to the community with, hey, this is a proposed idea. Maybe here's an alternate. You put in a sketch of an alternate, just to gauge what do they like more. And now the Cultural Arts Commission, which has done a phenomenal job choosing art in Redondo Beach and advising the council, will also have that feedback to take into consideration. And the folks, just like you saw, what they appreciate more than anything is the opportunity to be heard, put in their input, and weigh in. And the last thing we want to do, I learned this lesson with the skate park that we did at Perry Park initially, is, we put some markers out, folks looked at them, but then once we actually installed the skate park, we're like, whoa, that's totally in the wrong spot for the kids who are playing in the playground. So we had to scrap it, and it was a very expensive mistake. We had to move it. So that's what we don't want to do is choose some beautiful art, put it in, and then realize, oh my God, the community hates it. So let's definitely preview if we can.
I would say 100%. I mean, our selection panel will include 2 community members. The suggestion is 2 cultural affairs commissioners, two community members, and the city staff. And I know we've talked with the NRBBA and other groups about making sure that we share and keep that communication going through the process.
And each one of us has an email list. We're happy to push out the link for a survey. That was 171 responses after we had a couple bad links to send out, but I imagine you'll get much more than that in responses if you can put together one more survey once you get a little further down the process as to choosing designs and the like. And I would support the $32,500 appropriation for the North Branch Library installation for an inclusive LGBTQ art piece that's inclusive for everybody, including that community, including the families and the kids that end up going to the North Branch Library. And one last idea I wanted to throw out to you is I've been getting hit with ads for how they're doing in other countries, these epoxy floors where they're baking into the floors trees and rivers and all sorts of stuff. Is that something that we could, is epoxy art something that we could incorporate into any of this? Is that something that that survives in the public art realm?
Well, it's interesting. I didn't want to interrupt you talking about the crosswalks, but there are, there are other ways to treat it, whether it's pigmented asphalt versus just paint that comes up. There are a lot of sealants, including epoxies, that will sort of seal those in so they can potentially just be power washed and sort of stretch longevity, but absolutely. And ultimately, our goal is to hopefully build that artist pool where we have artists presenting concepts that are things we're not even thinking about.
Okay, awesome. That's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Waller.
Yeah, this is related to what Councilmember Obagi brought up about the monument signs, the Redondo Beach signs. Since they are not our current logo and typeface and all that, I'm happy that he was accepting of what you were recommending. I don't know if we need to have, or do we need to have something that says Redondo Beach on those, or can they be entirely replaced? Because you said artwork and a monument sign. What if it was just artwork at those gateways?
I was thinking just artwork.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as long as Councilmember Obagi also agrees and other members agree, then that makes sense. I've got other comments, but I'll let them after you're sitting.
Any other questions for the consultant? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, I do have one. I did get a comment that, median signs could potentially distract drivers, and there's enough distractions for drivers to begin with today. What do you say to that?
Potentially, again, what it comes down to is what the selection panel and the artist concepts that we're selecting. This is, I always remind everybody, this is not a process where we're like, this is a great artist, we're gonna let them do whatever they want, right? So we're not gonna have something that's gonna have flashing lights, spinning wheels. Think about the sculptures that you see as gateways into cities. Certainly we want people to see them, notice them, but it's on us and the selection panel to make sure that we're not selecting things that are overly bright or mirrored or gonna create distractions. But we certainly want people to notice them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So
I did have one more for the
consultant.
Consultant city consultant / city manager. Go ahead. You sure? Yeah. Okay. You mentioned, Bo, that you walked away from some locations that you really liked because it turned out they weren't city owned. And so question for you, also for the city manager, is it feasible to get an agreement with a non-city owned property owner to host artwork for a defined limited period of time, minimum 10 years, in your experience, does that just not work out well? And Mr. City Manager, is that just not an area we go to and you'd prefer not to do in this situation?
I'm open to it,
I think in our experience, we've gone down this road before where we love locations. In Glendale, there's this tunnel under the 134 that Caltrans owns in between community and a park. And we were going to do this. It's like this scary tunnel that a lot of people walk through, and they've got broken light fixtures. We were going to do this really cool lighting installation. We had an artist selected. Commissioners loved it. Council loved it. And it would have been years of working with Caltrans. We spun our wheels for about a year, thinking we were making progress, and after a while, we had to pull the plug. I mean, it's in our experience, for everyone we've gotten our hands on, the amount of work and effort for the city and then other agencies to get involved, it's better, I think, just for us to focus our efforts on the spaces we have available to us.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think what I would add to that is where we've had success on private property has been when it's been a part and parcel of the original development. So part of the John Parsons Fund is it can be a contribution of a on-site artwork in lieu of the fee itself. So with new developments, I think through the design process, we would encourage installations. That's where we've had, I think, good compliance and we've had good partnership. The kind of loaner program, I think, is a little more problematic and it would take unique circumstances.
Thank you.
And I'd say our experience with SCE on Redondo Park just demonstrates, that can add years to the process, and they're going to want to weigh in on the art too. So we'll have another artist board internal to whoever owns the property on top of ours. So I think that complicates it. Can you go back to the slide that shows the map, kind of the street view with the locations? So I think you can sit down.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing recommendation-wise is we don't mix a gateway sign for branding the city with artwork. And is that a consensus amongst the council? I mean, does anybody think we should mingle gateway art with a city branded entrance?
I don't think you can beautify the rest of Artesia Boulevard and then leave those old monument signs in their current condition. So either they've got to go, get revitalized, replaced, something's got to happen to those signs consistent with this effort.
So you want to spend art money on replacing the Welcome to Redondo sign?
Well, I think the vision, and I'll defer to the team here, is that perhaps you would try to commission a piece that would do both, right? That would incorporate elements of kind of monument branding for the city, but also be an artistic piece. So you're accomplishing sort of both things. You're welcoming the people into Redondo, but you're doing it in a more artistic and creative way, not the traditional monument sign. I think.
Well said.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like we're talking out both sides of our mouth. For the gateway sign for the harbor, we said put the logo and just the logo in there. Now here we're saying, well, put artwork.
Well, it's not to say that the logo doesn't get incorporated into the piece. We don't know that.
Well, that seems constraining.
Well, I think potentially the idea is here you leave it to the artist, perhaps, in that procurement process to identify a piece that could accomplish both goals.
Yeah. Okay, so our thought in the strategic plan was really just for the one welcome sign on the west side of the street. And the idea was to replace the monument sign, and instead of having logo and branding, have a visual marker that really subtly marks the entrance to Artesia, to North Redondo, for the community. And to your point, hopefully a sculpture will last longer, right? That might be something that will be there for 20 years. That's a gateway, versus branding that maybe we probably wouldn't recommend including city branding and logo on the art, because what happens in 10 years when you're rebranding or the city's rebranding, right? We probably wouldn't want to mix that. The idea is really more of a gateway versus a literal branding. I don't know if I cleared that up or made it more confusing.
I think semantics. Yeah. So you want it to just be pure art without any branding logo or anything like that?
I think it's one of those things that if we do our jobs, we can find artists to develop a really great concept for us. The art becomes the branding. And one of the things we heard from the community is they want, well, think about Anish Kapoor's millennium, like sculpture in Chicago, right? The big silver bean. Everybody knows that. You see that picture, you know exactly where it is, right? You see the lights in front of LACMA. You know, everybody sees that picture and knows exactly where it is. So those are multi-million-dollar pieces, but our goal is to create something like that on a smaller scale, that there's a physical marker.
I get that, but that doesn't preclude, that doesn't mean you don't have a welcome to Redondo sign.
We're not saying you can't have a Redondo sign.
And that's what we're getting.
We're just replacing the existing.
That's the decision I'm trying to, I thought it would be a simple one, but it sounds complicated. Go ahead. You can.
So the, Mr. Lavasse, actually.
I'm just gonna hang.
Just hang. So I see in the budget, $40,000 for the welcome sign west. Hopefully we've abandoned that and we're gonna move it to the east, right there.
Which is west and east here on this map?
Left is west.
Left is west, right is east.
So the real entrance to Redondo is on the right, correct?
Well, no, neither.
I mean, it's in the perspective of where you're driving from. But
arguably the more common
perspective,
entrance,
as a North Redondo resident, is the entrance is from the east.
And this strategic art plan is part of the Artesia Aviation Corridor redevelopment project.
Right.
So this is part of a bigger, so our focus is really just in this Artesia Corridor.
So if the welcome sign is $40,000, wherever it goes, that's how it's described here. So maybe it's not a welcome sign, maybe it's a welcome art. The crosswalks are $40,000 each. If we can't get something that's permanent and, you know, can stay without being, without losing its brilliance and so on and so forth, can't we just move that into more welcome signs or welcome art on either side of Artesia Boulevard? So now we can replace the existing welcome signs with welcome art.
Yes.
And I'll say that we just went through the branding exercise with the logo. We did choose a logo that I believe is timeless and will be with us for a very long time, at least 10 years. So I'm not concerned about, you know, we don't need to put in every welcome or every center median monument piece, but I think if we were replacing the monument signs at the entries to the city, maybe incorporate the logo. I'm sure an artist could do that some cool way.
Yes.
But cool, those are my 2 cents on it.
Okay, so I guess, so you want a west side gateway sign that incorporates the logo?
No.
That's what I just thought I heard.
The welcome sign I would like in the east.
The welcome side on the east? On the east, I'm sorry, the east side, yeah.
The east side.
Yeah.
Just west of Inglewood.
Yes.
Okay.
And you want that to be some kind of art that includes the branding?
No, that doesn't need to include the branding. What I said is if you're replacing the branding signs, I mean, this is my opinion.
I'm trying to get to that, yeah.
Okay, if you're replacing signs that currently have the city's old branding.
And they both have that?
No. Okay, so.
Yeah, they do. I thought you showed a picture that showed both.
At Hawthorne Boulevard and Aviation, you have branding. At Inglewood, there is no branding, there's nothing. So just west of Inglewood are no branding. On the extremes, replace the old branding.
You're saying the branding's out here?
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. So at Blue Salt on this map, what do you want?
Whatever the pros want to do.
So no branding.
Art, whatever they're playing in their art plan. Yeah, whatever they're doing on their art plan. And on this,
the pink one on the welcome sign, what do you want? No branding, just art?
No, we said replace the old logo. See if we can have an artist incorporate the new logo in a welcome sign at the entries where the existing old logos are. Am I unclear?
No, I get you. I got comments. I understand you.
Let's hear from somebody else.
Okay. Can we put up maybe as a suggestion, because there's an attachment here. Can we go back to this slide where we talk about the the funding allocations. So what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman, we'd like to maybe retitle the Welcome Sign West, call it Welcome Art. And that's at the that's in the median just west of Inglewood at that location. So $40,000 allocated to that piece, that sculpture piece, whatever it might be. Really no limitations on that location because it's not really a branding thing. It's whatever welcome piece we want.
And it's highly visible.
And then if I'm going back and interpreting your other direction on crosswalk, we repurpose perhaps the crosswalk allocation to an update of our east and west monument markers with a more artistic style that may or may not incorporate our branding, but likely incorporates our branding.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
That's what I think I'm hearing.
Yes, and I'm open to hear from the public and other council members on that, including Councilmember Waller.
I disagree with, at least on the east side coming into the city, not having branding after, we just redid the gateway sign in the harbor and mandated that we use the logo. Why would we not use the logo on 91 freeway coming into Redondo?
It is on Artesia and Hawthorne Boulevard.
Jim, I got my hand raised. Can I comment? As far as this,
I think the answer is both. Yeah.
It's just Jim.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Waller.
I'm picking here. Go ahead.
Okay. I think, and it's been hard to file because we've had different maps and what have you, but my understanding is that we have the gateway entrances on each side, on the extremes of Artesia Boulevard, east and west.
Yeah, Hawthorne and.
Yes, and that will maintain the branding. Deeper in.
Just art.
Okay. That's what I thought I just said, and you said no. You wanted art in it, but okay. So it's branding.
There's three things, yeah. Yeah, so the branding will continue on the monuments, but the monuments will be updated to be more artistic in nature.
Exactly. No, you're
but continue to.
So they will incorporate the branding.
The artwork off of Inglewood, west of Inglewood, free for all.
Free for all. I got that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah. Councilmember Waller.
Well, yeah. What I'd like to suggest here is that if we're going to put up a monument sign with our logo and keep our brand there, it should actually be at the entrance to the city. Neither of the signs that we're looking at, they're already, a quarter mile into the city. So I think the signs we're doing in Artesia, everything in Artesia, art, no logos. If we think we want to have a monument sign with our brand, it should be right at the border, close to the border, instead of being multiple blocks, if you look at that other map, multiple blocks into Artesia Boulevard.
Which one are you saying is not close to the border?
The pink one that is the existing Redondo Beach monument, not the Inglewood, the pink one at Flagler.
The challenge is it's the first I think where they've been placed and cited is the first median that is under our exclusive control.
Correct.
So I know what you're getting after. It'd be nice to have it earlier, but we may not have median control until that point in time, given the boundaries.
And the eastern one over
off of Hawthorne.
The one that Councilmember Obaji pointed out, which is just west of Inglewood. Redondo keeps on going. So if we're going to have
that's not a monument welcome sign.
But I'm saying we could have a Redondo Beach logo sign further down near Hawthorne Boulevard. That could make sense. But
we do. That would be one that would be replaced.
The new logo.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. The bookends would be replaced on both the east and west edges to that
That's
point.
Not on this map.
And then there'd be a third installation with the sculpture.
Are you good with that?
I'm good.
I personally don't think we should be spending art money on a monument sign.
No, I don't think we should either.
I think we should spend art money on art.
I think we do
and
art.
I think requiring there to be branding on it restricts it too much. And I would want to, we went to, the lettering has to be the same as the standard. And all of that, we're constraining the art and we distract from the branding.
Yeah, I think we do art for art's sake and monument signs for monument sign's sake, and they could be separate.
All right, fair point. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. City Manager, if we were to place this monument sign with like for like, approximately, I realize that you don't have a BRR in front of you, but approximately how much would it cost to update the branding on these 2 monument signs?
It would be under 2 scenarios. Either we rebuild the monument with new lettering and new branding, that's tens of thousands of dollars, or we repaint the existing and basically find a way to affix a new branding on top, probably in the lower $10,000s of dollars.
So we could pair, to alleviate any concerns about mixing art with signage, we could pair the art monies with $10,000 of monies for this, right?
I think what it comes down to is the logo aside, right? The brand aside, the sale is, do we want the monument to be something more exotic?
Robust.
Or do we want it to be more, call it ministerial? I mean, that's what we have to decide. So if we want it to be a ministerial, like just a traditional monument, then we could look at solutions that do not require the artistic, the art community. If we want something exciting for Artesia, then I think it is reasonable to commingle the funds, perhaps not make it exclusively art funded, but you could commingle. Depends on how you want it installed.
And maybe something else I'll offer is, I imagine when you do a solicitation from artists, you're going to ask for, if we pass this, a monument sign that includes the logo and a monument art that's just monument art in the middle of the center divider, right?
Yeah, we'll have a very, very detailed RFP for each of the locations.
Right, okay, so you will get solicitations for both kinds, and presumably, we, the Cultural Arts Commission, others will get an opportunity to view some of the top choices from those, and then decide, do we want to do away with the logo here? Do we want to keep the logo here? And if so, how much is the logo costing to incorporate into the art piece? Right? I mean,
selection will be the Cultural Arts Commission, whatever our selection panel is, city council members will be able to see the initial list of recommended artists. And then for artist finalists, you generally want 2 or 3 to create site-specific concepts, which will then, which the selection panel will select from, and then obviously have to be approved here again.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
This is why we're having this discussion. Ultimately, you have to decide which installations are we going to prioritize moving forward, right? And it can take really any form here. We've got the media installations that were identified in the $200,000 line item here. We've got the entry sculpture that's potentially there west of Inglewood as a priority. The benches can be a priority. It's going to be difficult probably to advance all of these at once. And then we have to decide how are we going to allocate the crosswalk $80,000. Is that going to be to additional sculptures, whether they be monument signs or not, or is that going to be something else? So that's the feedback. That's really what this is about, is prioritizing our $400,000 of resources here.
And the one thing I'll remind the council, several of the questions in the community questionnaires were specific to what typologies of artwork they wanted to see, listing these and others. And overwhelmingly, we got requests for landmarks. We had a lot of requests for crosswalk, ground, things that slow the traffic down. So these elements are directly responding to what we heard at a high level of response from the community.
Is there, can anything, maybe legally this can't happen, can anything be affixed to the traffic lights, like the sides, or any sort of art like that? Or no?
Yes, some of the interactive sort of function, sort of hidden moments, that was one of the things that the Cultural Arts Commission asked us to include more of. We showed some sample pictures, but yes.
And is that proposed to come in some respect?
The Cultural Arts Commission requested that we remove some of this, reallocate some of these dollars listed here to those.
Okay.
So we haven't made any changes to this yet, but that was the request that was given to us by the commission.
Not yet. Are you done, Councilmember?
No, I wasn't. So reiterating what I was preferring is the monument signs announcing the city, I think, could be separate from the artwork. So I would be advocating for a median artwork at each end, but the monument signs is part of the city's doing whatever it is. And then the other question is really definitely, you might be able to weigh in on it, but I think we might want to talk to Ryan about which of these types of art are, he thinks are things that help slow down traffic or could be distracting traffic, just to address some of the concerns we've heard about. Is something in the median a good thing or a bad thing? Is the sidewalk art or the crosswalk art a good thing or a bad thing from a traffic standpoint? Since slowing down traffic on that street is really important. I do think that if we did a crosswalk anywhere right at the Greenway crossing is a perfect place for something like that, just because that's heavily used. I've seen that more than probably triple any other intersection on that whole street. I get what you're saying about durability. I was looking at the Google Earth view right in front of the library, which is one of those patterned things. You can't tell. You can't tell if it used to be whatever it was before, whatever color it was, and the pattern. If you're standing there, maybe. But if we could find something for that one intersection, I think that would be the valuable intersection, and maybe take a little bit of the other crosswalk money and make sure that our monuments are good. And I would also support the LGBTQ addition to this. And that is it for me.
Quick question on that point.
To him?
It's kind of to him. On his note, though, about the
On my
crosswalk.
comment.
Are you done? after
Yes,
that?
I am done.
Okay.
I yield.
On the crosswalk, the funding, the $40,000 per crosswalk, is that for a single crosswalk or two sides of a street crosswalks?
That's for end to end.
An intersection?
One street. So if we were to cross the bike crossing, like you said, on Artesia Boulevard, that would be $40,000 for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Three things: the benches, the crosswalk, and the potential art installation at the North Branch Library. For the benches, Mike, any concerns about that? Anything on your mind about having these essentially new benches, maintenance-wise, anything at all?
I think the benches would be a good repurposing. The concrete benches now are underutilized. They're not attractive. They're hard to even understand what they are unless you're right on top of them. I think they're a good canvas potentially for a reuse, a functional use. So I think that actually has promise.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the design of the material. We can't have, rivets installed on the benches. There's going to be some limitations to that, but I'm sure that'll be clear in the RFP.
Can't have what?
Okay. Can't have rivets. I mean, we're going to have to be careful about what materials would ultimately be applied to the benches, but I think the idea is perhaps they get repurposed rather than just removed, right?
I think the intent is, with the budget we have, is to repurpose. In another city, they have these similar benches that we've commissioned artists to do mosaic tile, and that's sort of being done. And the business improvement district in that neighborhood was, was so happy to see that happening, because it's the same kind of thing, like very old, tired, worn concrete benches are being repurposed and are.
And the back of them provide a great canvas for street side viewing. So, when you're in a car, you really do. I think there's a chance for a good beautification with that.
Are they anti-sleep?
Well, they're not currently. Right now, they're just a curled bench.
Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
It's all right. So right now, it is just a curled bench, and to the point, to discourage people from using those other than for quick rest purposes, to the mayor's point, sleep, what can we do?
There are ways to add different elements that would deter that kind of activity within the spirit of the art design. I think potentially we'd have to append the existing benches now.
Okay.
That is a concern that is not unique to Redondo Beach, and we have worked on other sculptural and bench renovations. So that is definitely something that will be included as part of the RFP and listed as a concern. And when artists are creating concept, that's definitely something that we will be, and the city will be making sure that they are, attuned to.
And that's something you're comfortable and experienced in handling?
Yeah, actually, I'll show you, if you look at the bench installations, this is different, not concrete benches, but LA County, we commissioned, I think, 59 park benches across 11 LA County parks. And we designed this again, different application, but same concern. We can't put benches in parks. We want them to look great, but we can't have people sleeping on them. We created these, excuse me, these LA sculptural benches. They look great. Kids can climb on them. They're actually comfortable to sit on, but not for sleeping.
Okay. And then on the second item, the crosswalks, I like the look of the crosswalks being painted. My concern is similar to what was said earlier by Councilmember Obaji, and I know Councilmember Waller raised the issue. If it's $40,000 approximately to do it and it lasts 4 years, I mean, the depreciation's like $10,000 a year. That's rough. Maybe it could be maintained and refreshed. I think it's probably more prudent from a financial perspective to stay away from those crosswalks for that purpose. That's just my personal preference. It'd be hard to kind of defend that as well. And then the last item, if I could, Mayor.
Yeah.
The North Branch art installation, I'm intrigued by it. I'd like to get more community input on it. It's sort of a new add-on at that specific location. So at least for tonight, I'm not ready to sign up on that one. Again, that's just me. At minimum, I would do my own personal outreach on that and vet it so that the community's heard. And we may actually get some ideas out of that, if we're going to do it there, where, how. So those are my thoughts on the North Branch issue at this time. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go back to the one, there's one with the bulb outs kind of painted. Nope.
By the way, there's the bench.
There. I mean, I agree with the concern on the crosswalks. If you look at the, well, first off, if you look at white crosswalks, they get black marks on them right away. The fairly fresh green ones we just put in for bike paths where they cross intersections and they're striped, they're already getting tire marks on them. So I'm concerned about them lasting. It would seem if we put them in bulb outs where cars aren't driving, and I don't know where we have that in Artesia, but that may be a longer lasting solution. And I think that looks pretty spectacular. I think that would last longer than actually where, it is the end of the 91 freeway. So there's a lot of cars coming through there and they're hitting their brakes and all of that. So I have the same concern on the crosswalks. I'm wondering if we couldn't.
I will say, Mayor, what we did observe in the old model, the beige model around on Artesia's, it's really the turning that creates the problem.
Yeah.
It's not so much the straight through traffic, it's the traffic
Do you
that's
think those
turning.
bulb outs will get turned on?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so scrap that idea. Unless we had cones or something that prohibit it.
The power line is a dead straight
Can you
intersection.
go back to the list of costs? Seems like, I'm at least from those who have spoken, we could eliminate at least one crosswalk. And what my goal here is not to open the aperture, but tighten it, right? I don't want to open this back up when we've got it tight. So I'd like to provide some useful direction that's closing on a solution, not widening on a solution. Seems to me we could at least eliminate one crosswalk and maybe put it into interactive art or the sculpture at the North Redondo Library branch. I would prefer we keep any kind of gateway, and when I say gateway, I mean we're entering Redondo Beach sign. We have to do that around the city, and I think if we're branding, we should make them look similar. Yeah. Not one's an artwork and the other's different thing, because that's distracting from what we all set out to do and what we said we were doing with the art sign. So so I'd prefer to keep art and the gateway or whatever you want to call them, the entering Redondo signs, separate budget, separate project, and focus really on true art and kind of let things go free. And again, scratch one or both crosswalks and put that into more interactive art or maybe interactive art and the LGBT sculpture. And I agree with Councilmember Barrett. We should get more feedback on that before we fully commit to that.
You certainly could repurpose it. I don't know if folks got some thoughts on if the number 2 item here, the welcome sign west per Councilmember Obaji's direction becomes a sculpture, standalone sculpture or art piece west
That's what I'm assuming
of Inglewood.
from this.
Is that sufficient? Would we perhaps need more of an appropriation for that type of a piece?
What I would suggest is if we're going to remove the crosswalks for the concerns, I would maybe take half of that, move it into what's currently listed as the welcome sign. Again, it's not necessarily a literal sign, but a gateway monument from the west end. And then leave the remaining 40,000 from the crosswalk into smaller sculptural interactive works, which was already requested by the Cultural Affairs Commission.
So in essence, we're making it 3 median art installations.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Just so we're all on the same page, that's what we're.
3 median.
With the idea of one being targeted west of Inglewood. Yeah.
So we have one on the west gateway, one on the east gateway, one
Don't call them
across from
gateway, that confuses everybody.
Okay, sorry.
Confuses
one
me.
on the west side, one on the east side.
There you go. Okay.
I know Chad and I had a comment.
You go first. Oh, you raised your hand,
I
Councilmember
did, I raised my
Delajevic.
hand. I will make just 2 quick comments. I do think that the idea for all of this Artesia is to brand that area Artesia. And we do have a initiative, we have a new logo. I don't think they have to be mutually exclusive. I think there's an opportunity to blend them, and I would lead that up to the professionals. But I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but I do think that's a good point about mixing dollars that is meant to brand the city and not commingling art money for that. So I think there's an opportunity to find money to support both of those things. The second thing I will say is for crosswalks, it sounds like that was something that was reverberated from your community outreach. So while I understand the concern about the longevity of that installation, specifically when it comes to the location at the walkway, that has been cited as a concern for.
You mean the bike path?
I'm sorry, the bike path, the North Redondo Beach bike path, that has been cited as a concern for a need for a crossing guard. And if an installation slows traffic down, that's helping us on 2 fronts.
Yeah.
So it's beautiful, and even if it depreciates at $10,000 a year, crossing guards are quite expensive. So I think we need to hold that in specifically at that site for sure.
And I don't disagree with that. Maybe they could use, you said the colored asphalt is longer, lasts longer.
There are other options for us to explore. Conservation maintenance is one of our primary concerns, and we recognize that the amount of traffic, a ground-based painting is not going to last as long as a steel sculpture. But we're also balancing it with it is a lower cost as the scale goes, and it was a request and need that was brought up by the community over and over again.
Well, and to the point you made, a lot of the damage comes at turning. That specific intersection is just straight. Just straight through. So I would be very hesitant to move money away from that crosswalk. I'll let Councilman Waller.
Chad Waller, not
I was actually going to just mention the bike path and the crossing there at the pathways. Again, a straight intersection as opposed to one where it would turn and get scuffed easily by cars and the high traffic going through. And again, I think it serves 2 functions: to slow traffic at that particular intersection, but I think it would be more durable as as the one crosswalk if we go down to one crosswalk to include in the project.
If we were going to pick one, that would be the one that we would recommend as well. Just again, the pedestrian bike traffic, it's just a more utilized intersection.
Right.
We will, if this is ultimately the direction of the council, have to be sensitive about the cohesion with bikes and the travel through that area and the bike path in the crosswalk itself. So sealants and things like that, we have to be careful about how they're applied. It may be that the artwork would actually be outside the crosswalk itself, but sort of, kind of on a kind of a boundary basis, because you still have to cross it without slipping. So.
Yeah, it might not literally, to
Yeah.
your point, even the example we showed, there's actual literal crosswalks, but the artists sort of are surrounding it, creating a
We could use the slippery, non-slip epoxy that we have in the parking garage. I'm being facetious.
Yeah.
Okay, does someone?
I had a very quick comment. Can I ask a very quick question on that point?
Yeah.
Would the painting, at a minimum, not increase any kind of traffic safety issues if we put it on the bike path? It may slow down, but do we have, I know Ryan's not here, do we have any concern?
No, we would confirm with Ryan. I don't think we will. I think he'll be okay. If it's not disrupting the clear delineation of the crosswalk itself, and if it's more of a boundary treatment on each side of the crossing, it would serve perhaps as a means to raise awareness, right? Similar to what we do with those kind of tapered entry, I don't know what you call them, striping. It's the same kind of thing. It would just be a bigger version of that, more colorful potentially.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I'd prefer we go to the public so they know which way we're leaning and can comment to it. We come to at least a rough.
I see very intelligent, dedicated residents in the audience who've been waiting patiently, and I'd like to hear their points, because there's some,
wiggle room.
Yeah, there's some wiggle room here, and it's
okay.
subjective.
I have one card. Teresa, you're up, and then that's the only card I have.
I'm not as tall as all those other people, but I don't know how this lowers. Thank you all for all the focus on Artesia Boulevard, and I think there's a lot of great information and plans in this. What wasn't shown here is that there is a phase 2. So when I'm looking at this from we want to engage Artesia, and that's what a lot of the new consultants coming in, and the feedback from the residents is that we want this to be an engaging district. And I don't think that media and art is something that people can experience. We're not going to be able to walk up and look at the statue in the same way that the Gateway is. And when over half of that budget is going to monument signs and things that are on the median, that doesn't really keep people into the business district and make it an interesting business district in the same way that crosswalks and the benches and the bike racks and the interactive art, which is also less expensive. My preference is, do all the crosswalks first, because what we do see where there is a good crosswalk, the traffic data, which I just looked at very in-depth for the farmer's market at both of those locations, is that if you have a good crosswalk, people actually do walk there, and that's what we're trying to encourage in using that art for this. I personally have worked on intersections where we've had great material. Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach used different kind of bricks for their monuments at Pier Avenue and the blue crosswalks that you see all the way through. So I think those can be, that type of material can be, they have a long lifespan and can be used for crosswalks. But again, I do think that we want to be cohesive. So I would rather see, let's do the whole corridor with having great benches, or the whole corridor with doing crosswalks, so that we create a district instead of just a one-off statue that people kind of look at and then move on when they're driving by at 35 miles per hour. That we want to give a reason for people to keep walking. And a couple of the areas that were kind of missed is the intersection of McKay, which has the new Grub House. It has most of the restaurants. It has Madison and Elementary and Perry Park. That's a very high traffic corridor for people to walk through, and we want to give them a reason to walk through there. The same thing with Ridge, which has Anderson Park, and then it also is one of the activation corridors that's in the area's plans as well. So that's my feedback, but thank you all.
Okay, thank you. That's the only card I had. Anyone else? No. It's a race. It's a race.
Good evening, Desiree Galassi, District 4. Pretty much what she said, and we didn't even talk about it ahead of time, so good job. Two
So
things.
more crosswalks, less sculptures in the middle? Is that what?
Yeah, I wasn't really convinced that people are actually going to appreciate the art on the medians so much as something that they are going to appreciate as they're walking by. The one thing that really stuck with me tonight is the interactive installation. That to me is a great opportunity for people to slow down and actually look around and see where they are and what they're doing. And of course, one of the best places for that is at the library, right? Because you have a big, population that frequents the library. The other thing I wanted to mention was down in Solana Beach, they love art. And it's a very colorful, I don't know if you've ever been down there, but it's a very colorful little city. And they love to use like glass mosaic. I've walked along a pathway that had embedded glass mosaic. So there are other opportunities for us to use different type of materials for that. The topic of the branding. So this is a little bit of a sore subject for me right now, given the sign that was approved last week. I love you guys. I love you guys, but I think we kind of missed the opportunity there to keep that particular sign, make it historic. It's iconic, but not
That's
historic.
kind of off topic.
Yeah,
So.
I'm getting to it. The monuments are a perfect place to include the branding. That I could see. Painting the monuments, keeping them very, very simple. If you want to change the lettering, that's fine. And put our logo right there. That could be great for coming west, because as people approach our city, they'll identify Redondo Beach with that logo. And people coming from the other way, well, we're already here, but let's do one on each end. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one's racing with you, so you can take your time.
She was ready to fight for it.
I respectfully disagree. I think that different heights of art being presented is more dynamic. If we have something, maybe it's not attached to the median, maybe it is, maybe it's on some of the streets, maybe it hangs over a little bit as long as it's up high enough to be noticed, but not to be a distraction. I don't know if this is going to complicate matters. I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't know if at some point you guys wanted to include a sign somewhere that says maybe Artesia Arts District or Arts District of some kind. I don't know legally if once you say it's an arts district, there's a list of requirements that complicates things. So just like I said, throwing it out there. The other thing is, this is really picky, but on the Inglewood entrance, there's a variety of buildings there. There's the one with the acid yellow. Again, it's private property, but if we're going to spend money to make this place nice, maybe we could approach the people and say, modify the color of your buildings or maybe clean something up. Again, that's asking people with their own business, and maybe that's a little pushy, but that to me, that's the main entrance. That's just my opinion. So when you're coming in off the freeway and you see that is like so to me, that should be kind of impressive and beautiful and aesthetic. And anyway, thank you for all of this. My God, this is so exciting. I come to these meetings and it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? You guys are sitting back there, you want to talk? No? Anyone online?
Yes, I have Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening. Nancy Skiba, District 4. And first off, regarding any artwork that would go on the medians, it concerns me because I think it could be a distraction. And that area near Blossom and between Blossom and Green, they've had accidents before where vehicles have wound up in the median. They've actually lost their ability to stay in a driving lane, and they've actually wound up in the median, which could damage these artworks. But the reason I'm calling is I was thinking of the kind of creative crosswalks they use in Manhattan Beach that have embedded LED lights to enhance pedestrian safety, and they light up when people step on those crosswalks, they light up and with beautiful LED lights. And they're very common down the downtown area near the pier. And they've won, like awards or something for innovation in pedestrian safety and blending art with function. They look really beautiful. Maybe someone would like to take a look at that because it would be function plus safety and beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have no hands raised, and then I have one e-comment that opposes.
Opposes art.
Yes.
Okay. Would you
Well,
mind
not
stepping
opposes
back
art,
up
but they
for a
have an
question?
issue with.
I'm sorry?
They're opposing certain things related to.
Okay. Would you mind stepping back up to the mic? Is there a reason you picked only the median for sculptures? Is there just not enough sidewalk space, or?
We looked at a lot of different factors, and again, there are quite a few, even though in phase one we had some benches, there are a lot of benches. In phase two, we're recommending things like some small shade structures, artist design like bus installations, more of the small elements. I think our thought was to get people recognizing that there was this sort of district and get people to stop, where residents who are already walking that district, while we would love if we had $1 million, we would, if we had double the budget to start with, we would include more of that. But our thought was people that are already walking already know what's there. How do we get people to slow down, stop, and notice that there's something beyond just the freeway pass through of Artesia Boulevard? So that was where we were thinking sort of larger scale elements on the gateways to really try to brand that corridor a little bit, and then some smaller moments and some seating as functional elements that were being, that was being asked of, but by quite a few people. So that was the strategic thought. I mean, we're certainly not opposed to more smaller scale works. I think that's part of our phase two, and those are all listed in the strategic plan as opportunities.
Any sculpture we put outside of that, other than maybe the North Library, since we own that property, would have to be smaller scale?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. There are not a lot of large ground planes outside of the medians.
Yeah. Do you have any images of this median art in your briefing?
I think we had some samples. I mean, again, I really try not to show, we can pull up those pictures, I guess. Did you wanted to see pictures of some samples?
I wanted to see what median, so that's median art?
No, but again, sort of you could envision something sort of large and vertical. We talk about lighting installations as potential typology. So maybe not even a large physical sculpture, but something that's light driven. So again, in the evenings, some of the medians already have a lot of trees, so you obviously can't put sculptures there. But large sort of canopy sculptures, everything we were thinking, again, it's even the median is a very narrow footprint. Yeah. So we're literally thinking more vertical. In the strategic plan, there are actually some more renderings of some samples of some things coming into other cities we're working on that are sort of have both light and sculptural elements into the median.
Okay.
But there's some really amazing creative artistic concepts that we've seen that we're working on for those kinds of spaces.
Okay, thank you. Can you bring up the dollar chart again? Okay, is council ready to start narrowing this down to what we want to direct?
Yeah, you have some hands up.
Oh, Council Member Abaji.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your public comments and for council, your deliberation, everybody. I think the collective wisdom is better than the individuals, including mine, and I'm hearing strong support for the NRB bike path crosswalk, notwithstanding concerns about maintenance. And I do agree that it's a heavily traversed, very important area in the city and much cheaper than a crossing guard. Not that it's going to protect folks, but certainly bring more attention. So I'd be inclined to keep the one crosswalk and assign it to NRB bike path. I'm kind of confused with the lingo here, but if we could show 2B, I'm willing to work on this and edit it as we work through, but this is my thoughts as we speak. So I was thinking, the welcome, what's the difference between a welcome monument and a median installation? I mean, when I think of that Inglewood,
Semantics.
okay,
yeah, it's
more or less
yeah.
similar type stuff. Okay, so
We were just
one's
trying to
just cheaper
differentiate
than the
things,
other.
yeah.
Okay. Actually, another question for you. When I interviewed, when I interviewed Juan Melendez of the Art Commission for his commission position, we specifically asked him, you know, do you think, I recall this, do you think art should go right here at the crosswalk? And he said, no. Why? You're applying to be a commissioner. Because I don't want cars to have their vision of my daughter as she crosses the street blocked. And so I wonder about that here. Or are you conscious of the fact that there is a crosswalk here, a very highly traversed crosswalk, and that we have cars traveling westbound and eastbound, and there are people, lots of kids crossing here in the morning and the afternoon, that we need to ensure that there's visibility for the kids as they cross?
Yeah, I mean, I think from what we've seen, when you put large scale sculptures, installations in those spaces, it actually slows people down.
Okay.
Just naturally because
right. Something to see.
Something to see.
But I agree, and that's why.
And between the crosswalk and the sculpture, our hope is that it creates a visual where.
Right, and we're going to try to get hopefully more blade signs on Artesia Boulevard with maybe our sign ordinances so that we
Let
can
me jump on that one a second. Public Works would still have to approve anything to make sure we're not blocking sight lines, correct?
Yes, everything we would install would be approved to, traditional, guidelines. And typically, yes, more verticality does tend to slow speeds. That's a common traffic engineering principle.
All right. And then in this area right here with this median sign, median art, is the thought that you'd have something in the median, and then if the North Branch Library appropriation is additionally approved, then something actually on the library site?
Yes.
All right. Director House, by the way, you've been awfully quiet in this, and I know your office is here on Artesia Boulevard, right in this area. So do you have any additional thoughts that you want to, or opinions you want to share on this?
We would welcome the installation of art at the green intersection. I know a lot of our staff go walking along Artesia Boulevard during lunch and in the mornings, and they take their walking breaks. You would have a lot of engagement from our staff alone, as well as the library.
Cool.
We love seeing that in the plan.
All right, great to hear. So back to.
Can I jump on something before you lose that?
Yep.
If we're considering art in front of the library, wouldn't it be better to kind of respace the median art so they're not right, almost right across from each
again,
other?
I think the thought was this is like a high trafficked area. And again,
I'm just thinking spreading.
Well, in the plan, whether we want to call it the welcome monument, we have 3 installations on the median. What's called 3 installations on the median, one on East and West Gates. And then that was the sort of like, not the dead center, but it was sort of like a high traffic location.
So you wouldn't recommend moving that if we do the North Branch Library?
We certainly could. And again, I don't think.
We can decide that later, but
yeah.
Go ahead, sorry to interrupt.
So this would be my tentative motion here. And I guess I will so move to approve the strategic plan with these changes.
With the plus 35?
With the plus 35,000 for inclusive art installation of North Branch Library, considering we're also directing community engagement. And this isn't a final appropriation. We're going to get some options. It's going to go through the cultural arts community. We're going to do public outreach on it. And we can decide how to move forward.
Just to clarify, so the idea that we focus on a $35,000 art installation at the North Branch Library within the overall context of the budget, or with direction to come back with a supplemental appropriation?
You tell me technically how we need to do it, but we need to add 35,000 to the 450.
Yeah, if you want to add 35 to the 450, we're going to need a 4/5 resolution.
Sure. So
or address it at budget season if you want to operate within the contingency.
So I recall, I did watch the Cultural Arts Commission meeting on this, and their request was to, have that appropriation done as soon as possible because they wanted, as long as Labas is working on this and doing call to artists to do it in one fell swoop for the Artesia Boulevard in this phase 1. So, ideally it comes back as a resolution in January that we can hopefully approve on consent.
Yeah, with that direction, we certainly can bring that back quickly. And my understanding is that's a combination of procurement services plus the actual art itself. That 35 is the fully inclusive budget.
Fully baked in.
And that's from the John Parsons Art
Right,
Fund.
John Parsons Art Fund, right?
Is it?
Yes.
Yes, there is sufficient funds in there to come back with
This would not be general fund money.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
So when you say Monument West at Inglewood, you have that circled in red, you mean an art sculpture?
Sculpture west of Inglewood.
And where you say Welcome Monument east of Aviation, is that art sculpture?
It's, okay, so I probably should change the language here. This should just be Monument West at Inglewood, not a welcome, just a monument, right? Monument.
Sculpture. Monument art or.
West of Inglewood, not west
Yeah.
at Inglewood, so. Inglewood, it's an east monument, west of Inglewood.
Could I ask 2 questions while you calculate that?
Yeah, go for it.
So first, for Mr. Labas, any concerns about what we're doing here from your perspective as somebody who's sort of the director and engineer of this in conjunction with Art 2?
I would say, for the most part, I think this makes sense. I do like the idea of keeping I think it's important to keep one of the crosswalks and, see how it lasts, maybe in phase 2. If it lasts longer, we can add. The one thing I would note is that the Cultural Arts Commission did make a request for additional smaller scale works, which we're not including here. So I would make a recommendation to appease what we're hearing from the community as well for more like smaller scale interactive works. If we're going to remove one crosswalk, that money should probably be rolled into smaller interactive elements versus another median installation.
Okay. And, you use the word appeasement just in your professional judgment, though, based on what you're envisioning. Is that necessary to do now, or is that potentially a phase 2 comeback where we do smaller?
I think hearing from the Cultural Arts Commission and the community wanting more smaller interactive, I would welcome removing a median sculpture and adding more of that. So we would still have major gateway installations, we would still have a crosswalk, we would still have the benches, and now we're allocating some dollars to smaller interactive.
What does that look like? What are the smaller interactive pieces?
That looks like a small sidewalk sculpture, maybe near the benches of like viewfinders or something that's sort of kinetic. Those look like potential smaller pieces mounted to light posts that again are like sort of viewfinder people can sort of see, touch, feel. And that's kind of what that looks like. So that people who are in the community are walking, and we can figure out and cluster those near more restaurants where it's more walkable.
Okay. We have 45,000 in contingency. Could we potentially say, use that for the bottom one, whatever you want to call it, the east?
Contingency?
Do away with the contingency?
If the contingency. No, I'm not saying use it. I'm saying if at the end of this, we still have 40,000 left.
I was going to say that, and the second question I had is, Councilmember Castle, you're over there. Any thoughts on this?
Just thinking about the mix of art. So it sounds like the median, let's call them sculptures for lack of a better term. Those are more for drivers going up and down Artesia to slow traffic flow. The crosswalks are for pedestrians crossing Artesia. And then to Commissioner Galosi's point, it sounds like we need, again, smaller things so that people walking along Artesia, where right now we don't have very many elements, but it sounds like the interactive pieces are going to address that in a later phase. Is that correct? So
Yeah,
that we
that
can
was intent
address
to have that in a
all
later phase.
audiences.
Having those elements are in the plan. Again, we're just trying to parse out. Again, when we look at a plan like this, we'd like to have different scales. So like benches are one scale, crosswalk is different scale, median installation sculptures are a different scale. So we'd like to sort of mix it up. I mean, to be totally frank, there's not a wrong answer. You know what I mean? I think.
You're supposed to help us narrow it down.
No, that's what I'm trying to do is I agree. I think if we had, based on all the feedback, based on, Councilmember Obaji, this is your district, you're there.
It's his too.
So 4 or 5.
Side, yeah.
Sorry. I think having 2 median installations, 1 crosswalk, I think is a very important crosswalk. We think it'll look great. It'll be a tester for phase 2 and future, elements. The concrete benches, I think, are important. And then if we can allocate some money to some more smaller interactive elements, and again, that can be a $40,000, allotment that I think we could probably goes a fairly long way for those kind of works. And so that way we're actually touching, and those things are in the plan. It would just sort of more phase 2. There's more smaller elements in phase 2, but to sort of have some of that in phase 1, I think works great.
Yes, question.
Yeah, please.
So I'm totally prepared to delete this welcome Monument East Aviation on the west side and go for the small interactive art for your recommendation. My thought in going for that was in this first phase, kind of do a big bang of art that's highly visible down the median and kind of send the message to the development community as we undergo regulatory changes on Artesia Boulevard that, hey, this is an artsy place. And so that they rebuild and redevelop with art in mind, and we send that strong message. Do you think that we can send that message with the small interactive art kind of sprinkled around as well?
Actually, what you're thinking is part of our thinking of why we prioritize the median sculptures in this first phase versus all small installs.
And if I could add, just from a fiscal standpoint, the nice part about sculptures, the medians, is they tend to have less interaction with pedestrians. They tend to last longer. They have less risk of vandalism, and they have more of a legacy impact. The concern I have with interactive sculptures, which would be fabulous if we get to that point, is that there could very quickly be a maintenance requirement for those elements. We have limited ingress space on our sidewalks.
Right.
So they're going to be more challenging installations, I think. It's going to take some real creativity to find the right places for it. I think in this first phase, we want to create things that are going to have a lasting impact, not things that are going to be transient.
Okay. So remove the small interactive art for those purposes.
I just think for now,
Okay.
I just think it's more of a phase 2 element.
All
I think we want perpetuity.
I agree.
I got to go with the city manager on that. I mean, he's the one who's going to be in charge of keeping all this stuff floating.
I'm not arguing because that's in our phase.
I'm sharing it.
4 sculptures, 5 benches, and a crosswalk.
Yeah.
It's the Kaladerovich crosswalk.
Memorial.
I'll take it.
It's going to be a highlight.
And as long as that, when you say West Monument, Welcome Monument, it's art, not, we don't mix that with branding.
Welcome. Yes. All right. So I got to also listen to the city manager, considering the fact that I know this bike path is going to need some maintenance, and I'm very conscious of that. And actually our art fund ordinance, I was just looking at it earlier, calls for a certain portion of the John Parsons Art Fund, I think 5%, Jack just signaled to me, to be allocated towards maintenance. So please keep in mind with this stuff, the maintenance requirements, and especially the crosswalk, the longevity. We're going for longevity
It's
here.
honestly top of mind.
Okay.
And city staff knows that we keep bringing up the boring logistics of like, this stuff needs to last.
All right.
So community, every meeting we've had, I'm like, one of the first things I talk about is the boring logistics of conservation and maintenance. So.
And the understanding that the art installation at the North Branch Library is going to have some surveys.
Right, discussion, outreach, make sure it's.
Yeah, in our allocated additional like fees, we're expecting to do some additional community engagement because that was not a focus for us in this first phase.
So.
All right, so
do we have a
moved
motion?
as what's on the screen.
Second.
And just to set expectations, what we'll do is we'll come back with a modifying resolution to add to this particular CIP. We might even in that document clarify kind of this allocation here, so it's clear to the public how we're prioritizing the specific projects going
We're
forward.
not bringing back the whole decision, just the allocate, just the reallocation
Not the
of
whole
budget.
decision, but we're going to make very clear in the staff report how what will be 400 and now 85,000.
Yeah, I just don't want to go back and revisit.
Right, how it will be allocated, so it's very clear, and we know going forward how we're
So
focusing
you
our
made a
resources.
motion on,
Yes.
and you
Councilmember
seconded it,
Barron
Councilmember Barron?
I did.
Okay. All for?
Aye.
Anybody against? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Good work. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
And thanks for the public input. It impacted the decision. Well, I guess we got to move on, huh? Okay, next is city manager items.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple for tonight. Just a reminder, as I mentioned I think it was last week, our holiday closure is upon us. City Hall's last day for counter functions, building counter, planning counter, clerk's office, et cetera, will be next Monday. At the close of business Monday, City Hall will be closed from the 23rd through the end of the day on the 1st of January. It will reopen on Friday the 2nd. So if folks have last minute building permits, they have parking tickets they need to pay, they have other issues that require personal counter attention, I would strongly encourage all of our residents to get here by end of business Monday, the 22nd. We will be closed from the December 23rd through January 1st, reopening on January 2nd, the Friday.
Last day is Monday, December 22nd,
City
to
Hall will
take
be-
care of business this year at City
This
Hall.
calendar year, that is correct.
Okay.
Yes. So that's my first item tonight. My second is we will be getting, as I mentioned last week, the agenda out for our early meeting in January, the January 6th meeting. We will be posting that agenda also by the close of business on the 22nd. Right now, the focus of that night is going to be the general plan phase 2 discussion, which incorporates a number of follow-on elements. We'll have that laid out in the staff report, but that will be the primary item. There may be another presentation item that accompanies that in another area. I'll know that by the end of this week, but that is the lion's share of what our open session discussion will entail. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now to mayor and council items, P1. Are you back?
Doesn't matter. I'm happy to do it. All right. Yeah, sure.
Prepared it.
I'm tired of my own.
Are you going to broadcast?
I'm tired of my own voice. All right.
You're not the only one. Just kidding.
So we're called upon in our contract with the city manager to conduct an evaluation every year, and this year is no different. We started that process in November. We've had several meetings. We'll continue the evaluation process into next year, just because we're finalizing some things today, and then we'll send over the evaluation. We made a motion to send it to the city manager. And then he will digest it, and we'll have a discussion about it in January. With that said.
In closed session.
In closed session. And that is a confidential document. But with that said, the council, from what I gathered, has great approval for our city manager's work, wants to retain him, appreciates his leadership of our city. I will say just speaking for myself, I've seen our community services department go without a director, him appoint one of his own assistants, executive assistants, to the directorship position, and that department end up thriving as a result. Including with the launch of the Teen Center, the renovation of the Teen Center, and these great events that we're seeing at the Seaside Lagoon, from Pumpkins by the Sea to Let It Snow, or whatever it's called down there. They've been phenomenal, well attended. Our Public Works Department is extremely responsive to every resident's request. I mean, people put in a request, the system works as it's supposed to. For Blossom and Grant, it gets analyzed by staff. The item gets brought to the Public Works and Sustainability Commission. the items approved by the Public Works Sustainability Commission. Then it comes to our consent calendar, and the change on the street is made promptly thereafter. Our assistants to the city manager, Luke and Jane, are phenomenal, responsive. They're representatives of the city manager. They get stuff done. They're go-getters. They jump on things quickly. The city manager himself jumps on things quickly. We had the banners on Artesia Boulevard, weren't about to go out up in time for the holidays. Got his attention, got him on it. The banners were up the very next week, and they're up there as we speak on Artesia Boulevard. So across the city, we're seeing great things. Our police department's doing phenomenally. Our fire department was already doing phenomenally. Appointed a great fire chief who said, hey, after we did a study, our response rate could be faster, our turnout rate could be faster. It got the fire department turning out even faster than they were already. We'd like to pay all of our employees more. We are constrained, though, by the revenue that the city has and the revenue that the city does not have. We've seen less revenue or stagnating revenue on transient occupancy tax coming in. The Galleria is generating very little to nothing for us. A couple hotels up in the north are not generating what they should or could be. And so we are constrained at this time. We see cities or neighboring cities appointing people with no prior experience as city manager and awarding those individuals $275,000 to start. Our city manager started with less than that to begin with when he had many years under his belt. So our recommendation on the subcommittee is to, and by the way, our planning department is doing phenomenally, improving every month with their own report cards, processing a ton of permits and moving Artesia Boulevard forward in meaningful ways. So our recommendation is to increase the city manager's salary by $10,000 from $295,000 to $305,000, approximately 3.5%, 7%, and that increase to take effect January 1st, 2026, and the term of his contract to be extended to December 31st, 2028.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I agree with most of what Councilmember Obaji said. I would just add, I've been here at City Hall for maybe a little over 2 years. And I've worked, as a lot of us have, we've worked in or been involved in a lot of different organizations and a lot of different environments. And this job, this city manager job, is probably one of the most intense and responsibility-heavy position that I've been exposed to. I mean, he's literally, in this instance, we have our city manager literally running city operations in a community of 70,000 plus people, with department after department and issue after issue, as Councilmember Obaji laid out. It's got to be a high-pressure job. Our city manager strives for excellence. Excellence is not always attained, but it's the attempt at it. And so I think this city manager has certainly earned this annual salary increase. And I commend him, Mike Wazanski, on the work he does and the staff that support him. So thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll jump in next. Been pretty involved in the city and politics in the city since 2000. So this is, I think, the fourth city manager I've seen go through. And I will tell you, out of the four, Mike is the best performing and the most forward-leaning, and I think the most, how should I say, sensitive to the community. Some came in with agendas and just pushed them regardless of what they heard, and others didn't want to listen to the public, and we ended up, stagnating for those years. And I think you can see positive momentum across Redondo, in a large part to Mike's leadership and his management style. So I will also say, because the council is getting along and because this council rolls up its sleeves and does a lot, we've been very demanding of the city manager, who then has to dole that out to city staff to get everything done. So I appreciate all of that. So I fully support the recommendation. Anyone else?
I'll throw a couple things out, I guess. I've been through this on the school board side. We hear from people, it's like, whether it be the superintendent or the city manager is paid so much money, and it's a lot of money. I think what people don't understand is that it's not just a full-time job, it's a 24-hour job. So the city manager contacts us outside of normal work hours. It's not just somebody who can do 9 to 5 and turn off their phone, turn off their email. They have to be responsive to the police. They have to be responsive to fire. They have to be responsive to the 6 of us here. So it is a little bit of a order of magnitude different kind of job from what people may think of when they just go, wow, look at that salary. So I think it is a deserving salary. You look at other cities where, people can go. So yes, it is a lot of money compared to what most people in the city make, but that is what the job is as well. He's a CEO running, close to $100 million company, and
100 million.
120.
24 hours, 7 days a week.
yeah. So that's what it is, and I think that's why we support it.
Okay, can I get a motion? Oh, okay.
I completely agree. I think we have a great city manager, and no doubt this job is a heavy load. You do it very well. You're responsive to the community. You're creative with our requests, which can be outlandish at times. Others, not myself, but you, Councilman Barrett said it well, like you really do strive for excellence, and you're our one employee, and you set the tone for all the other city employees. I fully support an extension to the term. However, given our current fiscal situation, I don't agree with the proposed increase just for this year. And so I would be more comfortable with something that was in like the 2.5% range. I think that it is, and I would say that we do this review annually. So I hope that we are in a situation in the coming year that we would be in a position to do more. So that would be my comment.
Okay. Councilmember Castle, your hand's not up, but
I was going to. And, I agree with the other council members on the job that you've done since I joined the council back in April. And, in the last 8 months, I've come to understand how complex your job is, not just really multitasking, but trying to get all the various pieces of the city and departments to work together in concert is really what the job entails. And again, it's 24 hours a day. And I think that would probably be the toughest part, if not just getting each group to function on its own, but trying to coordinate everything. And I think that that's something that you do very well. So.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Can I say something?
Oh, go ahead.
So I appreciate your point, Councilmember Kalajevic. And it's true that we got to be very, very tight right now, tight-fisted with the people's money, because it is tight. With that said, this is one employee. I'm concerned about compaction between the top of our other ranks and the city manager, including with some of the changes that are going to occur, obviously with new contracts coming into play and the like. And he responds. I sent him an interesting Instagram about a police department in Florida trying something on the weekend, and I get a response right away. So he's responsive to all of us, not just he contacts all of us anytime, but he's responsive to all of us 24/7, 7 days a week. And so
I don't get that.
For that reason,
Outlandish requests.
for that reason, and due to the fact that it is one employee, I think we need him because we're exacting so much from him and demanding so much of him to keep performing at this top level, to demonstrate the appreciation for his hard work. And so I will move to direct the city attorney to prepare an amendment to the contract as provided in our subcommittee report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does any member of the public wish to speak to this item? Come on, guys.
Here's your chance. You might
Anyone
get bonus
online?
points if you speak at a meeting.
Okay. I'll call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
All again?
I'm a very respectful no. I appreciate you very much. I just hope that we're in a different position.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-1. Okay, we're now down to Q, mayor and council referrals to staff. I've got one more announcement. I'm leaving town Thursday. I'll be back January 5th. I will be available via email, maybe not exactly, I'm not gonna be checking email every second, but texting and phone calls I'll be available for. I would like to ask the council for a referral to staff, and this generates from a discussion I had with the chief about, I was doing some research on the automated license plate readers, and we've had this consistent problem on Prospect and PV Boulevard of truck route, heavy trucks using it more than, well, it's not a truck route, so more than they should. And I think if we could automate that, we could get potentially more enforcement without committing all the staff, all the officers' time, plus getting in, I think it's chips. As the couple hours that they do, on a periodic basis. So I was doing some research, and the ALPRs, according to their own statements, can do enforcement like that. The chief doesn't know that carries in California, and I couldn't find any cities or states that stated that. So I'd just like the two of you to talk and come back with the legality of that, not a decision to do it or not do it, just to look at whether that's a viable option for us.
Before we do that, could you speak with have you spoken with the council member about it to vet it a little? And I say that to every referral that comes up, just unless this has to be done immediately, to maybe
I'm not saying this has to be done immediately.
Could we maybe, I'm happy to talk. I know Brad Waller's probably excited and interested in talking, but could we do that before we make a formal referral and add it to the list?
I've spoken with the mayor about this already.
Did you?
So yeah, we did speak about this. There may be a lot of questions about viability, legality, et cetera. And so it's not that this is coming back for a discussion item for the council. I think we're asking staff to investigate this to find out, is this a viable thing before they come back to us?
Is that a better BRR?
Well, it could be a BRR. So if it's a referral, out of fairness to the process, what we do is we don't really debate or we don't opine on it from the dais.
Yeah.
We come back with a high-level title with very little backup, which basically gives you the opportunity to discuss it conceptually and then provide us direction to follow up on whatever policy issue might arise. In this instance, we would do a cursory look at the potential pros and cons of such a system, if it's out there, if it's viable, if it's legal, et cetera. But we would do a very high-level review of that in advance for the discussion. So out of fairness, we'd have to do it that way. If you wanted us to look at this as a budget tool or explore it through a BRR, that's another angle. But that would then trail until the 25, 26 budget consideration. So I'm sorry, 26, 27 budget consideration.
I prefer just to look at it from a legality perspective.
Yeah, because
I could make a BRR on it right now, but
I don't think a BRR makes sense unless we know if it's even possible. And I'd like to have the city attorney and police and city manager discuss and find out, if they come back to us and tell us can't do it, then there's no point in doing a BRR.
Automated license plate reader to detect trucks on Prospect that aren't allowed. What specifically is this issue without discussing the merits?
It sounds like some type of perhaps video detection system that could help assist in the identification of illegal truck activity. again, I've got no backup or research to tell you whether or not it's a viable option at this point. What you have to decide is this a topic that's worth agendizing for conversation and then formal direction on follow-up action? That's how the referral process has to work.
Okay. And in the city attorneys, you'd have to be involved.
She would be definitely involved with that referral.
Police chief asked for.
Yeah. It can't, this isn't something we would do. This is a large enough work task where I want to make sure you all are interested in us exploring it before we do significant research towards this end. This is not something that's, we can just turn out of a book and tell you tomorrow if this is a prospective idea.
Okay. Would it be okay if we come back with that referral when we come back in January? I just want to take a closer look.
If you guys don't.
And if I could finish, we could only make minutes of one person talking at once, if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you kindly. If we could come back in first meeting in January to bring it up again as a referral, just because I'd like to take a closer look if this is potentially a big item that's going to require the city attorney's time as well. So if you could wait till our first meeting in January to come back so I know a little more about it, that's all I'm asking.
That would make a difference in supporting whether we refer it to staff.
Yeah, let me understand it better and
well,
see
we won't
what's
do,
involved.
I mean, just out of fairness, we won't do any, that's part of the reason I think we need a referral, because we're not, this isn't part of our work plan right now. Yeah, this isn't something that we're scheduled to research. That's why, that's kind of the spirit of a referral process is we're adding to the work plan. It's a bit of a sidecar, and it's gonna force a deviation of some resources. Bear in mind, I'm in the process of appointing a new police chief.
That's the other thing.
We're going to have a new chief coming on board. So this research is going to have to find the right time frame for us to work on it. If ultimately the council like to see us explore it, there may be very good merit to this idea, but I can't tell you that yay or nay at this juncture.
Would you be okay with that coming back in January to make a referral after I have an opportunity to take a closer look at what's involved me personally, since there isn't a rush and we have a new police chief coming in anyway?
I wouldn't say there's a rush to do it, but would you be duplicating the efforts of the city attorney? If we're finding out, is this something that's viable? I'm not quite sure what information you would need other than duplicating what we're asking staff
Just to
do.
get a little more understanding of what's involved in this sidecar that could be happening. And also, I would like to have the new police chief in place before we kind of drop this on them. That's it. If you could wait till January 6th. And I'm available to talk to you about it further in the meantime. Happy to
I don't have any
with you on
referrals.
it.
I asked for one thing, and
in deference to the mayor, I'll ask for the referral, make the motion to have the referral.
Second.
And also District 1, but.
Okay.
Okay, motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and to be clear, this is just, I'm in favor of discussion and I want to, there's a lot of stuff going on. We're in transition to a new chief. That's why I said, hey, let's wait, let's talk further. This isn't, I don't care what somebody thinks.
Is there a specific time frame for the initial discussion that you're looking for?
Given everything you said, it's going to take a bit of time for the new chief to settle in, get ready. So springtime?
Okay, that works.
Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think springtime's fine. Yeah, that's the important thing. I just need to make sure everybody understands this is going to take a little bit of evaluation.
January 6th?
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay.
Councilmember Waller?
That was the only thing I had, was to make that referral.
Councilmember Castle? Councilmember Kalajerovich?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Barron?
None.
Okay, so we go down to adjournment. Tonight, we're adjourning for two people. First, in memory of Dr. C.M. Chantel Topero, former Redondo Beach Commissioner. And the second is Linda Neal. She was a local poet, longtime Redondo Beach resident, and a big supporter of a lot of the resident activities around the harbor and overdevelopment. So I'm sad to see her go. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. In memory of
In the memory
both
of
individuals.
Chantal Topero and Linda Neal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, the next meeting of this, we are adjourned. The next city of the city council will be adjourned to the regular meeting to be held at our normal starting time of 4:30 p.m. That's for the closed session, and the regular meeting to be held at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, January 6th. This being the final meeting before the holidays. I wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and I want to thank the council and staff for everything. It's been a pleasure working with you all this year, and look forward to hitting the ground running next year. So
Happy
thank you.
holidays.